abstaining from excessive wine consumption, and spectating sadistic events at the Colosseum. Marcus Aurelius was driven by the desire to fulfill the mission entrusted to him by fortune, which revolved around serving humanity. Consequently, he held a profound commitment to realizing his purpose. However, to achieve this, he recognized the necessity of diminishing his concern for matters that lacked worthiness or wisdom, and it's important to note that such matters were quite abundant. One of the essential concepts in Stoicism is the schism between things we control and do not control, which Epictetus Enchiridion explains so clearly. Most, if not all, things beyond our own actions are not up to us. Does that mean we should renounce the world? Not necessarily. But the Stoics believed that we should be realistic about our limited influence on these things, and that we create an unnecessary burden for ourselves if we aren't. When life becomes painful, it frequently indicates that we invest our emotions in matters beyond our control. In doing so, we inadvertently grant these matters the authority to manipulate and control us like puppeteers. Paradoxically, we then point fingers at these puppeteers for pulling our strings, failing to realize that we have given them the power to do so. However, by disengaging our emotional investment in these matters, we strip them of their influence over us, granting ourselves the serenity to remain undisturbed. For Marcus Aurelius, being unperturbed by things outside of his control allowed him to cope with the many responsibilities and challenges he faced as an emperor, and to focus on the task he believed he was given by the gods. For Epictetus, it meant freedom. For other people, not being moved by external forces or a selection of them could be a way to focus on goals that do matter, and for others, it could simply be a path to a happy, carefree life. When life hurts, what are the things we should stop occupying ourselves with? And the most important is, how do we do it? This video is an exploration and free interpretation of Marcus Aurelius's philosophy on how to care less about things that aren't worth caring about. In his Meditations, Marcus Aurelius repeatedly differentiates between the present, past, and future. In each category, the ancient Roman emperor has valuable things to say about how we either care too much about them, or in the wrong ways, or about the wrong things. For clarity and structure, this essay is subdivided into these categories, starting with the future. As Seneca eloquently articulated, we often endure more distress within the confines of our imagination than in the actuality of our experiences. This assertion underscores the notion that our thoughts serve as the wellspring of our suffering. When we direct our attention to the future, our imagination frequently runs rampant, conjuring up myriad scenarios of potential events, most of which are unlikely to materialize. In anticipation, we contemplate strategies to navigate these potential outcomes, all the while trembling in apprehension due to our uncertainty about how the future will ultimately unfold. In some instances, what happens is what we anticipate, but in many other instances, fortune surprises us, overwhelming us with events we couldn't have anticipated. Consider this scenario. We might have dedicated years to meticulously planning and saving for a well-deserved retirement, only to be confronted, just as we approach the threshold of our golden years, with a devastating cancer diagnosis that grants us mere months to leave. The mere possibility of such events frequently plunges individuals into ceaseless anxiety. The spectrum of potential outcomes ranges from the best-case scenarios to the worst-case scenarios. What if a catastrophic Third World War erupts? What if we experience a complete financial loss? These dire consequences are undeniably within the realm of possibility. But as long as they aren't happening in the present, we cannot deal with them. As these events simply aren't happening, at least not yet. They only exist in our thoughts. The future only bothers us because we think about it, as it does not exist outside the mind. Marcus Aurelius emphasized that it's not the burden of the future that weighs upon us, but rather the weight of the present moment alone. The future itself is not what inflicts harm upon us. Rather, it is our present handling of it that determines our suffering. The distress stemming from future events actually occurs within the present. Ironically, the future does not unfold in the present, for when we encounter it, it is already the present. Thus, the misery associated with the future arises from our current worries and preoccupations. When we care too much about future events, life eventually begins to hurt as we suffer them in our imagination, letting them dictate our present. So, what does Marcus Aurelius say about caring too much about the future? First, let's consider the following quote: "Never let the future disturb you. You will meet it, if you have to, with the same weapons of reason which today arm you against the present." End quote. He underscored the notion that if he could effectively navigate the present, he possessed the capacity to confront the challenges of the future as well. He advised himself against dwelling on all the potential dreadful scenarios that could unfold, instead encouraging a focus on the immediate circumstances at hand. When he focused on the present, he realized he could bear it. And if that's the case, why wouldn't he be able to handle what's yet to come? This attitude resembles the idea of amor fati, the love of fate, but then fortified with trust that we'll be able to get through it. The past. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself of how fast existence passes by and disappears in the infinite beyond our grasp. The past, as the future, is a realm we cannot operate in. What's gone is gone, and unless we invent the time machine, we can't change anything about it. Marcus Aurelius succinctly stated, "Remember that man lives only in the present, in this fleeting instant. All the rest of his life is either past and gone, or not yet revealed." Short, therefore, is man's life, and narrow is the corner of the earth wherein he dwells. Despite the narrowness of our lives, which only occurs in the present moment, we're often overly occupied with these areas that lie outside of it and cannot be entered: the future and the past. Marcus Aurelius stated that the past signifies as much as nothing and is at present indifferent. It's not that events that have happened in the past don't influence the present or that we cannot learn from past events. It's just that we cannot work with the past, as it's out of our reach. And often our memories of the past are scrambled and ways to verify what exactly happened are limited. We rely on recollections from personal perspectives and different viewpoints of ourselves or others. So, the past is not only out of reach, our remembrance of it is most likely inaccurate. Nevertheless, we persist in our emotional attachment to past events, frequently replaying them in our thoughts, thereby reliving the anguish they once inflicted upon us. Some hold the belief that by contemplating the past, we might exert some influence over it. However, this is a deceptive illusion. The past exists as an irretrievable entity. It has slipped away beyond our grasp. All that remains within our purview is our ability to manage our thoughts concerning something that has long been washed away, never to return. Many individuals find themselves uttering phrases like, "I wish I could have handled that differently." Yet such wishes are founded upon the unattainable. These thoughts serve only to arouse desires that can never be fulfilled, offering no productive gain. Instead of focusing on the past events in themselves, Marcus Aurelius focused on his reaction toward them. We cannot control past events. Most likely, we also couldn't prevent them when they occurred in the present. But we can control how we position ourselves toward these events. Initially, we might consider the past unfortunate. We might have had difficult childhoods or experienced the ending of friendships or failed business ventures. But according to Marcus Aurelius, the nature of these events isn't so important. What counts is how we handle them. He stated, "It's unfortunate that this has happened, No, it's fortunate that this has happened, and I've remained unharmed by it, not shattered by the present or frightened of the future. It could have happened to anyone, but not everyone could have remained unharmed by it. Why treat the one as a misfortune rather than the other as fortunate? Can you really call something a misfortune that doesn't violate human nature? Or do you think something that's not against nature's will can violate it, but you know what its will is? Does what's happened keep you from acting with justice, generosity, self-control, sanity, prudence, honesty, humility, straightforwardness, and all the other qualities that allow a person's nature to fulfill itself? Interestingly, Marcus Aurelius did not completely dismiss the significance of the past. Instead, he recognized its potential value as a source of learning. He believed that by examining the patterns and rhythms within the past, how events tend to ebb and flow, often repeating themselves, we can gain insights to help us anticipate and prepare for the future. This perspective allows us to extrapolate from the past to inform our understanding of what may lie ahead. The present. Marcus Aurelius frequently emphasizes that the present moment is our sole domain. It is the confined realm to which we hold immediate access. It serves as a vantage point from which we can peer into the boundless depths of the past and the inscrutable obscurity of the future. Marcus Aurelius maintained a commitment to anchoring himself in the present and concentrating on what fell within his sphere of control, the present moment. Nevertheless, even when we manage to relinquish our grip on the past and reduce our anxieties regarding the future, we often find ourselves expending excessive concern on matters that lack true significance, matters unfolding before our eyes at this very instant. Frequently, we experience discontentment with the unfolding of life in the here and now, and when events deviate from our desires, it is common for us to succumb to emotions like anger, sadness, or despair. But according to Marcus Aurelius, being emotionally disturbed by what fortune throws at us is pointless. How the world around us unfolds itself is not up to us. How we react to it is. Yet we tend to get disturbed because we don't like what's happening or what we want to happen doesn't happen. Marcus Aurelius stated that we shouldn't fight what we're compelled to. He compared people who struggle with fortune to pigs, kicking and squealing when sacrificed. It's no use, as we can't avoid what the gods have in store. We cannot stop people from wanting to fight wars. We cannot stop natural disasters from happening. We cannot prevent our bodies from aging. Similarly, we are unable to compel the world to fulfill our desires. There is no guarantee that those we are drawn to will reciprocate our feelings, and it is not assured that all individuals will experience life's opportunities equally. This is an inherent impossibility. Yet we often expend a considerable amount of time and energy resisting the immutable aspects of reality, things we are powerless to change, regardless of the methods at our disposal. Our emotions vacillate between anger, due to unfulfilled desires, and sadness when confronted with undesired circumstances. Consequently, the present moment morphs into a tormenting chamber in which we endure the capricious whims of fortune. Conversely, there are instances when we become infatuated with the present, clinging to it tenaciously. Fearful of relinquishing what we possess, we once again relinquish control to the whims of fortune. But from our total entanglement in all around us, fleeting and ungovernable, we're often unable to see what's truly up to us, our choices, actions, and opinions. Marcus Aurelius saw the law of nature as our master. If we run from it, or feel grief or anger about it, we're nothing more than deserters and fugitives. We must accept the ways of nature, embrace them, and focus on dealing with them instead of wasting our energy being disgusted by or clinging to our circumstances. In the 7th book of his Meditations, Marcus Aurelius imparted a method for embracing the present. He argued that our focus should center on what we currently possess, rather than fixating on what we lack. However, he advised exercising caution in this approach. In his own words, treat what you don't have as non-existent. Look at what you have, the things you value most, and think of how much you'd crave them if you didn't have them. But be careful. Don't derive such excessive satisfaction that you begin to overestimate their worth, to the extent that losing them would cause you distress. Nonetheless, embracing one's circumstances can pose a considerable challenge, especially in the face of significant hardships and when life serves us a series of lemons. One might wonder if it's too much to ask for a respite. However, Marcus Aurelius contended that adversity should not serve as a justification for reacting like panicked, distressed animals. Instead, he asserted that such challenges represent opportunities to practice virtue, essentially meaning the application of stoic philosophy in one's life. The essence of living does not revolve around the splendor and fortune of our external circumstances, for these aspects are inherently capricious, frail, and beyond our control. What truly matters, according to the Stoics, is how we confront the situations that unfold before us. This, Marcus Aurelius believed, should be our primary concern. As Marcus Aurelius stated, because to me the present is a chance for the exercise of rational virtue, civic virtue, in short, the art that men share with gods. Both treat whatever happens as wholly natural, not novel or hard to deal with, but familiar and easily handled. That's all for today. I really hope you liked this video. If you do, consider subscribing to the channel.
Dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely 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 dangerous to our democracy.
This is a dangerous groups that we're dealing with now.
We live in a time where just standing on basic rights is heroic because we're all so used to giving them up day to day that, like, when somebody comes forward and says, no, we have these rights and I'm going to stand on them and I'm going to be unwavering, this has now become heroic. This has become, like the founder said, telling the truth in a world full of lies is a revolutionary act, right? I'm not one of these folks like they claim who wants to overthrow government. I understand spiritually, government would only be necessary for a population of folks who have proven they cannot govern themselves based on natural law and God's law. And that's exactly what we have. So I'm a proponent of folks who are able to govern themselves, who understand the foundational principles of the law of this land, that they be left alone. They say these are the most dangerous folks on the land. Why? Because they're talking and standing on what they're saying. They're not doing nothing to nobody. They're just revealing to everyone we have God-given rights and they're willing to stand on them and die for them. And that's the most dangerous man on the planet right now. Right now, the rest of the slaves, the ones who self-identify as trustees, whether they know it or not, part of the United States federal corporation, federal body politic, they have a duty and obligation through contract to uphold the policies and codes. Because now, again, there's two classes of being. There's a privileged class of being under the law, and then there's a protected class of being. Most of us have opted into being a privileged class where we get privileges and benefits in exchange for essentially our rights by contract. So majority of folks are entering into a contract. They have made themselves a part of a corporate body politic, and therefore they have an obligation to fulfill that contract. If they want to correct that status and that standing and that presentment, and therefore renegotiate on that contract, right, and go back to being a man or woman on the land, then they're not subject to policy and code. They're only subject to the law of the land and essentially God's law, right? A set of laws that's in our conscience. It's discoverable. We can come to know it and do it, and we will create a kingdom of heaven out of that. But because we do not seek the truth and be set free, we are born into a certification program where a legal person is created, an all caps entity is created, and we spend the first 18 years identifying as that entity everywhere we go, taking our birth certificate and our social security down to DMV, getting ourselves a license for a right we already have. A license is synonymous with doing business in commerce. At a certain point, they created a group, a corporate capacity, where everybody opts into in order to be kept safe, right? This is sort of the movement of the idea in my mind of the republic into a demosocracy, where, okay, you identify as this member of the corporate body politic, you're agreeing that you want to be kept safe. And we see this now, where folks are going to their government to be kept safe and being given benefits and privileges. You have a split now, bifurcation, where the republic has now become a demosocracy in a lot of people's minds. There is no more faith structure. There is no more family structure. The state has essentially been moved in as our cosmic parents on every level. They've taught us through the public schooling system funded by the state that we need them. And if you don't accept that premise, then you are an extremist. You're trying to threaten everybody else's safety. So we see the tiptoe and march toward complete collectivism and mob rule and demosocracy, all backed by a technocratic component where everybody is tracked, traced, and surveilled. And if you don't follow policy and code, then you're deemed to be essentially an enemy combatant. As far as the Declaration of Independence goes, policy, statute, and code is only given the force of law through the consent of the governed. So we're being compelled to follow statute, policy, and code, but we have not been given full disclosure and notice, and we have not signed the contract properly, right? So these folks are running around overthrowing God's law and the law of the land. They're not even banging on original principles. They're just out here harming themselves and each other, doing whatever they want to do. This is ubiquitous. All classes of society has lost their original mission statement and does not follow their principles and their own policy and code. They've just become completely reprobate, ego unbound. They're going to do whatever they want to do because they're going to chase money and they're going to chase status and power, and they've relinquished their original status and power straight from the supernatural. Any man or woman born on this land that does not uphold the original principles, precepts, and philosophy of law, because ignorance of the law is no excuse, you are damned to a form of spiritual judgment. I don't care if you think it's funny, you think it's a big joke. I'm telling you, the karmic and dharmic law of this realm, if you continue to create and stand on wrongdoing and defend it and enforce it, you're going to bring about demonic conditioning in this realm. You've already seen it. I don't know where you folks have been. We're already there. And you're damn well down with it. Well, most folks think it's just dandy.
Greetings, folks. Another day at the office. We got Artys corporate fiction down there. He says, oh boy, this should be good. Well, I mean, we're not necessarily going to go into an in-depth situation because I'm willing to just concede, right? If Arty or others want to come on up because they go, no, you don't have a right to travel. And remind me about Santos, too. They're all now talking about Santos, another one of their favorite operatives. Yeah. So I'm willing to concede with Arty's corporate fiction. You know, he's a corporate entity. He's an all caps name at this point. He's even called Arty's corporate fiction. I'm willing to concede that he has a belief, as the Supreme Court judge made a decision on his belief, right, in his costume. He said, there's reason to believe, essentially, that there are two national governments at this time. Something's happened. There's a bifurcation, right? An overlay happening, some folks might say. But I'm willing to concede that you folks have a belief that I need a license to move around. I need a license to bear arms. I need a license to have reefer and all the rest of it. I'm willing to concede that you have that belief. What I'm not willing to do is be forced into the definition of terrorism by the FBI, political affinity groups. I'm not going to be forced to follow policy, statute, and code because, as I outlined in that clip, the Declaration of Independence outlines, and Cornell University, I remember I looked at one point, states consent to the governed is each and every man and woman has to consent to being governed in order for it to be legitimate. And there has to be full disclosure. That's contract law as well. So you cannot just objectively say everybody's under our statute, policy, and code. Everybody's got to do what we say, regardless of whether or not it's philosophically sound, you know, foundationally components of law, right? As this nation developed, we have to go back and look at the philosophy of law. What is it? How did it come about? Is it a localized understanding? Meaning, do we all have the capacity to understand right from wrong, universal law, common law, so to speak? And then what is the significance of a codification of universal law and or God's law and or you could call it conscience. You want to take it down to a level of psychology, right? Every man or woman has a conscience by which, if they're not abused and they're given the proper instruction, they're able to discern right from wrong objectively. Logic, morals, ethics, civics, right? So this has been taken out of the public full system curriculum, and that's why most folks believe that statute, policy, and code is synonymous with law. They're similar, they're not the same. Okay? So I would suspect that any administrator or any court personnel worth anything at this point will clarify that to you if they do enough research and or were taught at a time when this understanding was not obfuscated as much. Because one thing we know about humans and culture and society is that beliefs change over time. And a lot of that is done in the institutions, right? The way things are taught. Again, I'm open to having the discussion if Artys open. He said he was. He said that before. I don't know if he means today or not. I'd be interested in having that discussion. Again, last time that we spoke, he said something along the lines of the all caps name is not a corporate entity. It's just there to make the name easier to read. Well, I know for a fact that's not true because, again, I have the paperwork. Paperwork says surety. What is the I don't want to misspeak, but essentially, right, to kind of summarize, I have the paper when I was charged. I'm sure everybody gets them. It's not hard to look on that paper and see that on one side there's an upper and lowercase name, on the other side there's an all caps name. And underneath that line and that name is a different entitlement, right? One is referred to as the surety. The other is referred to as the defendant and or the person, something along those lines, right? I should just, who knows where that paper is at this point. I've shown it before. I'm sure we can pull up some documentation from that city of, if you want to call it that, the municipal corporation that generated those documents. I'm sure we could pull up past documentations where it clearly shows two different names and two different entitlements, which would allude to the idea that the upper and lowercase name is not the same thing. It's not just to make it easier to read. So Brian B is now putting US code 18 USC 1342, all caps, as a fictitious name. Again, I mean, the origination of the all caps entity, as I understand it, is thousands of years old. I don't want to misspeak. I believe it's of Roman origin. If not origin, it was at least recognized within that empire, is my understanding. Correct me if I'm misspeaking, but the origination of the idea is capitis diminutio maxima. It's the maximum diminishment of one's capacity. I'm about to join, but what is the topic? All caps, right to travel. Whatever you wish, Artie. We don't, you should know how I work here by now. I'm on the fly. I'm free form. It's freestyle. All right. We could take it wherever we want to take it. That's the joy of this broadcast. So there isn't necessarily a static topic. This discussion can, take whatever form you and I wish. So we can have all the discussions, right? Because they're not, for me, it's a very quick discussion. As you may know, you have, interacted with me in the past. And as I said today, I will try to avoid as much as I can muster giving you both barrels because you frustrate me, Artie. I'm not going to lie. That little smug smirk of yours, the glasses, the gamer chair, the corporate beta male presentment at times. I mean, I love you as a human. We're all oneself at the highest level. I know that you're part of me and you're in this simulation with me and that it affects all of us the same way at some point. Right. So I have to remind myself that, I definitely don't hate you. I may dislike what you do because I see it as a threat to all of us, including yourself. But as I said, I will attempt to maintain my pseudo civility, right? Because I make no bones about it at this point. I'm not a civil man as defined, etymologically. I'm not a domesticated being. I actually sort of, in a way, strive to not be that. Well, you remember a year on the land, shitting in a hole, masturbating furiously in my tent. I'm not going to get into it, okay? Because it's a family broadcast. Artie's here now. Greetings, Artie. It's good to see you again.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
How you doing? Hey,
Blessed.
been a rough summer, but hey, you know what? I got a roof over my head, food in my belly, so can't complain too much, right?
Why is it a rough summer? Did them fucking bar boys turn you out? Them attorney societies? Or what's the deal?
No, just pet issues more so than anything else. So.
Oh, your wife?
No, my cat.
I'm kidding, Artie. Come on, loosen up here, man. All right, we're not on trial here. We're not on the clock. What's wrong with the cat, man? What's the deal?
Cancer.
Well, I'd love to empathize or sympathize, but as I've told here, I have lumps all over my body. I don't go down and find out what it is. I just move forward and try to live as clean as possible. But this is going to be the new wave, and Artie, I know I'm a reefer smoking guerrilla theorist, very wild and crazy, but ultimately I can't stray away from the vision and the discernment that is given to me or apprehended by me, depending on how spiritual or quote unquote religious you want to get with this. But this is going to be affecting all of us. Already does, right? My grandmother died of cancer. I believe from certain treatments. That was back during the flu season days, every 6 months, what. We can't talk about it because we don't have free speech on here, as you may know, part of the policy and code. But yeah, both of them died of cancer within the same year. And I've seen more and more of that as time goes forward. And I relate it all together. Statute, policy, and code, man's law, worldly, demonic, money motivated, Moloch, mammon, leads to a loss in objective logic, morals, ethics, and faith, leads to a lack of civility, as Artie would put it, which then leads to harming ourselves and each other and calling it safety. So your thoughts on any of that? I know I just kind of went all over the place.
Brought in a whole bunch of stuff, but all I mentioned was issues with my cat, and you went on a whole tear. So, I'm going to give you.
I got to give you the macrocosm of the micro, right? I got to expand it and blow it out and relate it to all of us. It can't just be about Artie's cat. We are Artie's cat. I am Artie's cat.
I guess, yeah, in some way we're all my cat. So what? Anyway, what's going on? Is that Lauren? Oh no.
Absolutely. We were talking about Artie's cat. Okay. Listen, this is about Artie's pussy, not about smelly pussy. When I do that bit, I'll give you a call, Miss Laguna.
Okay. All
right, that was rude of me. You know what? Let me stop. Let's recenter. Because this is a new day. Artie's here. I told him I'm going to be nice. Lauren seems to be on her best behavior here. I'm going to retract that. I'm not going to be rude. Go ahead. What do you got for us?
me, or I was just here to listen, like learn, educate myself. Apparently, we're talking about puppy, so.
Well, yeah, I mean, we started off there. Well, he had the right to travel in the title of the stream. That's what caught my eye. That's usually my focus of attention. Lauren, I'm surprised you're not hanging out with Destiny, but
Right now?
Yeah, why wouldn't you be?
Because I have a life outside of him. I literally just
Hardy with a little bit of inside information. Apparently, we have no idea who that is.
It's a little bit. Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, so like you did talk about a lot of things. We talked about a lot of things before I jumped in. The whole all caps thing. We could talk about that. We could talk about the right to travel. I know you and I. The last time we talked, we got a little heated, got a little extra. But I just like you, I'm willing to have a conversation with an individual where I have severe disagreements with, if they're willing to reciprocate that energy.
Okay, so just to recap, right? And maybe it's changed since last time. I mean, I showed there in the intro, right? The United States Corporation as the definition, USC 1A, a federal corporation.
USC, are you referring to that? What was it's part of a specific statute, right?
Yeah.
Part of the US code.
Yeah, she muted herself there, so there was some sound in the back.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's somewhere within there. And again, I know I'm not going to presume to know what you're going to tell me, but I'm just going to play guessing game as we go along because of what I always hear. It's usually the same raps, right? Like, oh, it's this over here, but it's not that over there, because they can redefine words apparently to mean something over here and something different over there. And I don't see how that can work. How can that be functional?
So the way I look at it is, oftentimes, if assuming that you're referring to the same part of the code that I've seen others point to, that definition is, when you look at that definition, you have to look at the top of the title, the top of the section, and it says that, for the purposes of this section or the purposes of this title, a definition of a federal corporation, the United States is defined as X, Y, and Z, and among that includes a federal corporation. I'm only referring to that as in it's very specific to that title, and what that title deals with is the Federal Debt Collections Act. And so I feel like you can't cite to that statute as a general gotcha that, they admit it themselves that they're a corporation when the definition is very specific to the purposes of that
I understand
title.
what you're saying. I understand the rap and the idea that in these titles and in these statutes, these words will be defined as such, and then they give a definition. It's not necessarily a gotcha. It's just a sort of a revelation, I believe, to me and others, that in some senses, at some times, right, which is the legal lingo game, that the United States of America, all caps once again, is considered a corporate entity. And I know last time you said, well, it acts as such. It acts as such sometimes, but is not considered as such. I have to go with that being splitting hairs, right? It's semantics. It's like saying,
go ahead, sorry.
It's like saying my mama acts as a hoe, but she's not one because I have feelings about it. You know what I mean?
No, that's not how it works. So for instance, like an individual, like you, Paul, you are an individual, but you could also act as a sole proprietor and be your own business. So you could be a business, sole proprietor, Paul Enslaved, but then you could also be the human being, Paul Enslaved, just like the United States can be the United States, the country, but then it can also act as a participant in the marketplace and act as a corporation for the purposes of conducting business. And this is one way that they can raise funds without having to raise taxes. There's very few ways in which the government is allowed to actually raise money. One of those is via taxes, and one of those is by acting as a corporate entity within the marketplace.
Right, but again, this kind of goes back to because we can go down all the rabbit holes, and I appreciate that, and I'm willing to do that. But this to me,
That's like basic.
Again, Lauren, please don't interrupt me when I'm trying to move forward to compete with me, right? I consider it to be different trails and rabbit holes of individualized statutes and codes that are defined and redefined and then played semantics with that over here it's this sometimes, but over here it's not. It's simple. There's a dual jurisdiction. I was at Colorado State Court and I asked the administrator, how many jurisdictions does court preside over? And they said dual, as I suspected, which would make sense why there's 2 senators per each state, which would make sense why that Supreme Court administrator ruled that there is reason to believe that there are 2 governments of the nation. There's a corporate capacity and a corporate jurisdiction. I don't know why you're shaking your head as
Because
if I don't have the
because you learned.
I don't know why you're shaking your head as if I don't know why you're shaking your head as if I don't have the record of the court proceedings where the administrator told me one is constitutional / common law, the other is corporate capacity. It's contract law. Okay? So I had that interaction.
You might be the dumbest person I've ever met.
Again, there you go. I'll see you later, Lauren. I'm not going to do the ad hominem game with you. You're supposed to be a bar attorney, as if that means anything. I could get a chimpanzee to become a bar attorney if I get the suit tailored well enough. I've seen some of those folks with very off-putting suit arrangements, so maybe not even that much. I'm not going to deal with the belligerent, petulant, childish presentment. If you can't conduct yourself in a professional fashion with a trailer gorilla smoking reefer, then maybe you don't belong here or at court, because I don't know who's going to put up with that lack of professionalism and inability to conduct oneself. Maybe that's why it took you 3 to 5 times to pass the damn bar exam. I suspect I could pass it on the first try. Maybe that's what we should be our next piece of content. I'll go take the bar exam. I'll study their nonsense like I have every test in my life for 5 to 6 months. And then I will go down there and use my pre-existing knowledge philosophically, and I will use their textbook institutionalized education, indoctrination, and I will ace the bar exam, I suspect. Go ahead, Art. Do you have any commentary? I'm sorry you had to witness that or be a part of that.
I'm not surprised. I've seen some of her work elsewhere, and she kind of acts the same way. But we don't have to go any further than that. But I want to go respond directly to what you said before. But if you're referring to one of the court cases as part of your intro, which is Downs versus Bidwell, is that the one where you're saying that there were, as your argument, that there's like 2 national governments or something like that?
I don't have the case committed to memory.
It's just the only reason I asked that is because I did try looking up that case, because I've seen it cited very, very often, and for what it's worth, I have found a copy of that case, and it doesn't really say the off quoted phrase that people use is not really in the case at all.
Okay. Well, let's refocus here, because again, it's my mistake. I try to be resolute and I try to be forgiving and faithful. It's not for everybody, apparently. So it seems to be working with us for the time being. That creature, I should have known better than to let her in here, but I tried. So with that said, let's refocus to where I wanted to get to before, which is, can we come to an agreement on at least philosophically certain things? If not specific, literal, codified understandings, can we agree philosophically on some things? So where I'm going with that is it fair to say that historically, from the beginning of time, government has been a main impediment to the personal choice, freedoms, and expression of the people worldwide, like just as a generalized statement?
By virtue of their purpose, yes, a government by its very nature will limit in some way the freedoms and choices of a populace.
And you support that, or you do not support that? Just generally.
I support that generally, yeah.
What is your reasoning for supporting that generally?
Because I don't believe that you should be free to do anything you want, without consequence.
What makes you hold that belief? Long as there's no loss, injury, and harm caused, long as there's no loss, injury, and harm caused, long as there's no debt unpaid, what is it that has you holding that belief?
Because there are actions that you can take that may not immediately affect or somebody else, but can substantially increase the risk of harm to others.
Substantially increase the risk.
Yes.
Right, but wouldn't the philosophical idea of this country as a free country be that we don't govern people on increased risk of danger? I mean, isn't that
all
like
the time? What do you mean?
No, I'm saying we do it now in the modern day world, but the original philosophy of this land was essentially pursuit of happiness. You know, which I know has been dissected to pieces like everything else by the legal crowd and reinterpreted. But pursuit of happiness is a pretty broad, generalized term, and consent of the governed as well. You know, so each individual person essentially has to consent to be governed by their servants, right? These are public servants, they're civil servants. So in order for somebody to legitimately be able to limit my personal choice for their belief that it's going to increase risk would require some consent. No, I mean, how is that ever legitimized, and whatever stops that from going to a point where it has every other time before, where folks are killed or put in a camp for their own safety?
Well, the problem is that depends on how you formulate your mode of government. Governments are not established, or they don't work through the actions of the individual, based on the individual consent of each part of the collective. It's usually the consent is governed, at least in our current representative democracy, is done by collective consent of the people through the actions of voting. Other forms of government, such as monarchies, had absolute authority, and it doesn't matter what you say, the king's word was law, and so you would enact your policies and laws on the populace by force solely through their own whim. In our current system, we decided that it's much better for the collective populace to have a say in our own affairs. Now, the issue that you're asking saying that you want. Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't mean, I'm not being rude to interrupt you. I'm just pointing out the glaring gap in logic there, where you say we've decided. Who's the we? Because I never decided that a collectivized group of political associates can then decide the future destiny of myself and my family. So someone somewhere decided. Right. Yeah, someone somewhere decided that we're going to let apparently 60% of morons vote the other 40% into slavery using a political indoctrination system backed by a public fool system.
So the people you're referring to are what we would know as the founding fathers of the United States.
That's not the philosophy that they put forth. It's pursuit of happiness, consent to the governed, and Cornell outlines that as each individual man or woman. The whole purpose of leaving the presupposed
Where did
governmental.
It say anything about the individual consent? Where did it say anything about individual consent?
What do you mean? Where did it say? We can search for it. I know that I've read it. I mean, unless it was Mandela affected.
Consent to the governed is clearly, obviously, a collective consent of the people.
Again, how can a collective consent without destroying the rights of the individual? The whole point of the republic was to secure the rights of the individual, separate from the collective, separate from religious indoctrination and the merger of state and corporate powers, which is fascism. That was the whole point, right? The idea of taxation, 5%, 10% tax on tea.
No taxation without representation, right?
Understood, but you can't then walk in a whole bunch of foreign representatives, okay? Essentially, a bunch of folks who are proven to be foreign funded, many of them, and then claim we're now your de facto representatives. You have no ability to opt out, so you just got to vote for one of two sides. That's parliamentary procedure. That's English parliamentary procedure. That is not a republic, American republic.
Well, then what's the Constitution? Is the Constitution?
The Constitution is a contract to keep the limited government from overstepping its bounds and regulating the individual away from their God-given rights. That's why it says all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. What does that mean? It means we're already way past that point, because we have a right to bear arms. We have a right to pursue our happiness, which is a generalized term. It means I can do whatever I please to pursue my happiness as long as I don't cause loss, injury, and harm.
Wait, hold on. Where'd that caveat come from? I am free to do whatever it is that makes me happy.
It used to be common sense. You realize that?
No, that's not common sense.
Yeah, the whole point of growing up and becoming a man was literally so you could do whatever you wanted as long as you didn't cause loss, injury, and harm and paid all your debts. That was the whole point of not being a child anymore.
Well, what if I'm a sociopath and it makes me happy to see people hurt?
Right. What if you're a sociopath? I don't lose my rights and my manhood because you may be a deviant. You get governed. I don't. Government for one who can self-govern is redundant. The whole point of this nation was self-governance until it was not adhered to by a common ethic, common logic, common morals, common ethic, which is common sense.
So,
you don't lie, you don't cheat, you don't steal, you don't kill. It's the reason we swear on the Bible before we give testimony, because there's 10 commandments. Don't lie, don't cheat,
we don't do that all the time anymore, though. You could swear.
We don't do it anymore, Artie, because we're losing the last vestiges of the foundational principles that kept us free rather than safe under tyranny and millions of policy statutes and codes ruled over by like children by tyrannical parents who we've not chosen to accept.
Paul, can you
support the last 3 years, Artie?
Hold on,
Let's refocus.
Please. I understand your passion, but can we have like an actual back and forth without you sermonizing to me like every other sentence?
If you're feeling insecure about the fact that I'm
perfectly secure, but I'm perfectly secure. But you ramble, man. You do ramble a lot, and it's hard for us to actually have a conversation when you're constantly preaching at me.
Are you actually listening to what I'm saying, or are you just waiting to speak?
I am trying to listen, but you go off on a couple of tangents.
Do you have maybe an attention deficit? Do you have maybe an attention deficit issue?
I do, but even amount of Adderall is going to get me to
come to clarity,
pay attention to follow along.
You have issues with your attention. Maybe that's why we can't come to a clear and concise understanding, because you can't focus long enough or interpret deeply enough. Really, just comprehend.
It's just that you can't answer a question without going into a 5-minute rant.
Well, like I said to you, I wanted to clarify philosophically where I stand, separate from the individualized statutes, policy, and code, of which there are was that too long of an answer?
I don't want to. I'm sorry. So we could. The first thing that you asked is that you wanted us to have some sort of philosophical common ground, right? And the first question you asked was, "What is the purpose of government?" And we answered that. I assumed that you had more questions to ask me on that, but it didn't seem like we got anywhere further than that.
Why are you assuming and presuming what I'm going to do rather than just be prepared to be responsible and accountable for whatever comes forth? I'm not presuming and assuming what you're going to do or say or ask.
Well, I'm assuming we were going to have some sort of cohesive conversation.
Again, I mean, this is the way that I sort of dispel my understanding, if you want to call it that, or my perspective. I don't know what you're looking for exactly, but I'm open to share understandings and then try to find where there is a gap in the communication or the understanding or a misunderstanding of the information, the terminologies, the etymologies.
That's fair. I mean, a lot of our distinctions and a lot of our disagreements can come in terms of how we interpret certain terms, how we interpret certain axioms that come with the nature of government, which is fine. I love to actually have a philosophical discussion on the nature of government, whether what it is, what it does, whether it's good or bad. I mean, that's fine. It's just when I thought we were getting there, but then you didn't talk about the Declaration of Independence, the pursuit of happiness. You asked me, who decided that this collective group was supposed to dictate to me, and I tried to respond that it's based off of the original founding, which in turn created the Constitution, which in turn set the parameters by which the people of the several states vote for the representatives and senators, who in turn, come together, create legislation as passed by the executive, and then as part of that compact, the laws that are passed by that legislature are applicable to the people by which the people who put them in office, or the people who have the ability to put those people in office. But if you want to have a discussion as to whether that's good or bad, we could do that for sure. But all I'm saying is, like, we could go one at a time and we go from there. So I would love to have the discussion with you. It's just you tend to talk about how, who are these people? Then you go into indoctrination. Then you go into statutes and codes, and all of these things we could talk about. It's just it's hard to focus on the one aspect, one issue at a time. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So if I'm going to kind of give a generalized overview at times, as you call sermonize, if I'm going to just kind of give a breakdown or make connections that maybe aren't there because, I'm wild, or shouldn't be made, connections that people don't want to make, you can just kind of latch on wherever. I'm giving you basically 10 different things you can talk about, right? So like you can just kind of pick one and then go into what your perspective of it is, and then we can take it from there. Isn't that the way the conversation would usually go? That's how I have conversations.
Well, that's fair. So let's go with that then. Let's go. We can work with that. So you have the Constitution, right? And it outlines, how the legislature works, and how the executive works and the judiciary works. By virtue of the Constitution's existence and what it outlines as a form of the federal government, do you believe that the Constitution and the laws that are passed by Congress, but under the auspices of that Constitution, are applicable to everybody within the jurisdiction of the federal government?
So my understanding of it is that there are certain amendments that were put into this Constitution, which is essentially just a contract, that if you want to look at contract law, does not meet the elements of a proper contract in order for it to be applicable to all the people they claim it would be. It would only be applicable to the signers of that contract. With that said, we use the Constitution as a contractual instrument to keep the supposed servants in line because they swear to it. So I didn't sign that contract, doesn't apply to me. However, it does apply to the men and women who swear to it when they are sort of, brought into that position, that status, that capacity. So no, I don't believe that Constitution and or the corporate capacity that's been generated off of that contract generally has an ability to just write up statute, policy, and code, millions of them, call them laws, and generally apply them to men and women of the people. Then when you get to court, call the prosecutor, the agent, the people, and then call me a person. See, because I know what they're doing there. That's flipping the script, they say on the street, right? I am a man of the people. That is a person across from me. Person is synonymous with agent. So you cannot be an agent of the state of, call yourself a prosecutor, and masquerade as the people in order to retain the benefactor / beneficiary capacity of that initial contract. See, I'm the benefactor / beneficiary. They are the trustee. They want to stick me with trustee obligations and responsibilities and retain the power of the people. It's called fraud and barratry under U.S. code. Clearly outlined.
So if I feel like if you were to say that the Constitution was only applicable to those who signed it, it would be a pretty useless document that has no real that shouldn't have any significance to our country in the first place, because all the signers of that document have been dead for about 180 years.
No, you didn't listen to me. The whole purpose of that contractual instrument is for men and women of the people to hold their public civil servants to an agreement that binds them in a certain capacity to a certain duty and obligation of which they become derelict.
So so I understand what you're saying, and I think there's a smidgen of truth to what you're saying in that the issues of the First Amendment, for example, and the Fourth Amendment, those amendments, those restrictions are only applicable to police and members of the public officials because they are rather than private entities. So that's why a private entity can refuse to give you service without wearing a mask. They're not beholden to
But now watch this,
constitutional
Artie.
norms. Now hold on. But what I'm
all right,
where I'm kind of going into this, where I'm going into this is that if Congress, you're saying that there's no other law that Congress can pass that could be applicable to an individual or a non-public person or non-public official. So all laws passed by Congress, for example, talking about trafficking, talking about murder or assault, none of those are applicable to a private individual?
It's not that it's not applicable, it's redundant. Because again, philosophically, we understand in conscience and common sense that under the 10 Commandments as well, another codification of what we should all already know, right? This is how ridiculous humanity is. We needed an old man, apparently in the storybook, to come down the mountain and give us a tablet that told us what we should already know, not to be an animal and not to try to take control and domination over your fellow man. So these are all redundant.
I feel like,
these are all redundant codifications of original public law, which is all localized, you could argue, and universal, because every man or woman who has not been abused or indoctrinated can come to an understanding, at least at the age of reason, what to do to others and what not to do. It's the golden rule, right? So this is philosophically sound if you want a cohesive community of folks who commune with higher level consciousness. So I just want to touch on the one thing you brought up, the idea of private business at this point. See, it's amazing to me how folks will just cherry pick and use whatever arguments for their belief system, but not look deeper into it.
I agree.
Right. So when you say someone can deny someone service to what's federally defined as a public service accommodation, which all public buildings at this point are defined under federal code, public service accommodation. So whether you know it or not, the idea of private property and private business is all but on its way out, because every time you get a license with a state of corporation to do business, it is subject to public welfare statute, policy, and code. Now, under that statute, policy, and code is ADA regulation and religious exemption. So you're far from a private business if you have a public service accommodation on Main Street that is publicly accessible, and you cannot refuse busyness to somebody under the ADA and or the religious exemption clause of that public service accommodation. You will be in court and you will be sued and you will lose. Okay, so now if you want to do private business, if you want to do private business and do private member associations and or just do business with individual, as you call them, individuals defined as another corporate entity, we won't go into it, but for the sake of colloquial conversation, if you want to do private business with an individual, then you don't put up a sign and go on the public roadway and get licenses with the state of corporation and define yourself as a public service accommodation, then withhold services to people based on who you're politically motivated to serve and not. That's how you create comunista, fascista, socialista, rather than a republic that does good ethical business with a free market.
But you think it's communist or fascist to have a mask mandate?
Absolutely. Plato said how many years ago now, Artie, that democracy is a sister of socialism? Because it's the idea is collectivization rather than rugged individualism, which is what Americana is founded upon, non-collectivization.
Well, I rely on Churchill, who said democracy is the worst form of government except for all the rest. So
again, self-governance is preferable to aristocracy, monarchy, corporate fascism, technocracy, as we're seeing.
Self-government sounds like anarchy, right?
Anarchy just means no masters, no slaves. One who recognizes that someone or something put conscience in every man or woman, you could call it God, makes man's governance redundant, because I don't need to be told every day not to lie, cheat, steal, cause harm. And if I do, to compensate my fellow man and woman and to reconcile. That's just common sense, common ethic.
Well, hey, you know what? I'm sure you have I'm sure you have the proper moral compass, the best moral compass out there. It's just that, not everybody, especially not everybody in this country, shares the same moral compass as you do. And in a world of self-governance, the people who don't share the same moral compass as you do will do everything in their power to take control and take over those who may have your moral compass, but may not have the means.
Yeah, they're running the country and the world right now. Have you not noticed? All the people who are ambitious and motivated and criminal have gotten themselves all in positions with suit on to steal everything rather than just a few dollars on the corner. Have you not noticed?
So do you not understand that under this world of self-governance, the weak will be subservient to the strong?
Again, I'll meet you in the middle if you're willing to concede. I'm not telling you, like I said in the intro, I'm not looking to overthrow this system of governance and demosocracy. I'm just asking these folks to recognize and adhere to the foundational principles that are outlined and codified and in the contract that we call the Constitution and the amendments. So when I speak that I am an American national, if you want to call me that, because I don't call myself anything other than I am that am. I'm a consciousness having a bodily experience. But if you want to, some folks might consider me to be an American national because I was born on this land. I may accept that characterization. I have a citizenship, but we're not going to blur the lines between a man born on the land who has God-given rights, common ethic, and religious exemption from the idea of millions of statute, policy, and code designed supposedly for public welfare clause of the Constitution, which is like way late in the game, civil rights and such, the distinction between natural rights and civil rights and all the rest of it. So there are certain privileged classes of beings who have duties and obligations, and there are certain protected classes of beings who have rights. So this is, again, what I'm trying to elucidate and illuminate for the folks out there in the system or out, is we need to come to this understanding, because if you have any brain cells going in the same direction, you'll recognize the past 3 years, we can't speak directly because we lost our freedom of speech with the corporate fascist government merger, So we can't speak anymore about our direct effects and what's happened to everybody because it's just not profitable for certain people. But anyone who can look at this objectively can tell you that the last 3 years was complete lunacy, and at supposed attempt to create order has created probably irreparable financial damage for future generations, locking down a whole world for products and services over fear of what's in the air. Right. So again, we can't talk too much about it, but some folks might say it wasn't exactly for safety. And some folks might report that all the top corporations quadrupled their income while everybody else sat non-essential. So it might bring some folks to believe that fascism, again, defined as the merger of state and corporate powers, as Mussolini defined it, is exactly what we're under worldwide, because profit and money seems to be the motivator, not safety, and damn sure not God-given rights. Any of that mean anything to you? Can you agree with any of that? Is that unpopular?
The funny thing is the funny thing is I first asked you whether you believe that under your concept of self-governance, the weak would overtake the strong, and then you start talking about the human malware situation of the last 3 years. So I don't know. I don't know where you got. I don't know where you got from A to B when the question I ask is whether or not you think self-government.
I may not have answered the question, Artie. I'll answer it now. I wanted to again try to philosophize and try to meet middle ground with you, if possible, on the complete lunacy that you just call everyday governance. And apparently, we can't do that. So I'll answer the question. Give it to me again, because I just had it and then I lost it.
So under a premise of self-governance, where we don't have this overarching state, which is overarching government as we know it today, that we define as generally having a monopoly on the use of force, for example, or at least on paper that it's supposed to enforce certain laws against improper conduct. If that didn't exist and we had a system of purely self-governance where each individual person was responsible for their own well-being and their own pathway in life, as it were, that it would invariably lead to the strong bullying the weak and creating systems of mob control or singular entities controlling groups of others for the purposes of personal safety.
Great question, Artie. So I'll give you everything you need right here. They'll clip this. I could give it to you a different way and it'd be more amenable and amicable and ecumenical and all the other able.
Right on, mate. Let's go. TikTok clip. Let's do it.
So yes, and I'll even be more for that, right? I would prefer that these strong, truly masculine, honor-able, present-able, competent, capable people are the ones who run this world, if anyone's going to run it. If you want to call it the business of the world. Yes, I prefer that be done rather than the weak ruling the strong right now through corporate policy, statute, and code, and the commissioning of a bunch of street thugs put in costumes to force everyone to adhere to their will, sitting in their condos pushing paper. So yes, given the choice between the two, I'd much rather have the competent, capable, strong, truly masculine folks run the world rather than a bunch of hunchback, weak, beta male corporate cretins who've never went to war in their life, but commissioned others to go do it for them.
I mean, it kind of sounds like totalitarianism to me.
No, we have totalitarianism now. You have a bunch of beta male corporate slugs who can't do little to anything in their life because they have no will and no strength and no skills, and they're not competent, and they have attention issues as well, a lot of them. Sorry, I'm poking fun at you there. But again, I've met a lot.
I get the whole beta male thing too. I mean, half of your chat thinks I'm Jewish again, but it's okay.
Oh man, we're not going to get it. Damn it! I told you, people down there, don't start with the small hat narrative. Whether he is or he's not, it didn't go well for Kanye, and it's not going to go well for me. Leave it alone. That's not the important issue here. I have no issues with Artie's heritage and ethnicity. I want Artie and others to be the best men they can be, and I don't believe it can be done by buying into these beast system narratives that do not serve us individually or collectively, interestingly enough, because what doesn't serve the individual doesn't serve the collective, because the collective is a collection of individuals. If the individual doesn't have God-given rights and personal choice, up to a certain point at least, I'll meet in the middle if we need to, because I don't want to be an extremist when it comes to these ideologies. It's very simple. Government is redundant for those who can govern themselves. For those who can't govern themselves, lock them up. I'll meet you right in the middle. So we can't say that I'm a terrorist, extremist, overthrower, soft-sit who doesn't want government for all the people who can't conduct their own affairs.
So lock up those who can't govern themselves?
Absolutely. Those who want to cause loss, injury, and harm, those who want to cheat and lie, think they're not going to pay their debts, and defile the foundations of law contractually and spiritually, absolutely. Separate them from society and give them some kind of remedial care.
Right. So so the system that we have now, when we find somebody, let's assume for the sake of argument that we don't have all of these massive statutes, codes, and regulations that don't have anything to do with loss, injury, or harm. Let's assume that all existing statute, codes, and regulations purely involve only loss, injury, harm. For example, burglary, for example.
Right.
In this sort of system that we have, we have like a septuagenarian who has limited mobility, can't really, fend for herself, living alone, is burglarized. How does this self-governance society get together or there's an allegation that somebody burglarized the house? How does the self-governance system get together in order to give this septuagenarian justice?
Again, the self-governance system that I understand of America originally was we had sheriffs before policy enforcement. A sheriff came when called, just like policy enforcement. There's nothing guaranteeing, far from it, that having policy enforcement is going to stop this disabled woman from being burglarized. All that we're talking about is who's going to be investigated and brought to justice. So there's no reason that we can't have a sheriff-like system that does not patrol the people like a bunch of slaves who have to look over their shoulder because they're doing 5 over on the way to work. Right. And we just, when there's loss, injury, and harm or a breach of the peace, we call the sheriff like we did originally back in the Old West. Right. Hey, this guy broke into such and such.
Okay, that's fair. How do we appoint these sheriffs? Who decides who is a sheriff?
Well, essentially, again, presuming that you believe that governance is necessary and makes everything immediately okay or better, I'll meet you in the middle on that, because I don't necessarily believe that. I believe that on some level, if you reduce people down to who and what they are naturally, everything will take care of itself one way or the other. And to presume that death and disease or war or killing is not part of that process, I think is gullible, naive, and or hypersensitive, because it's just a reality we face since the beginning of time. So guess what? You want to act like a lowlife? You don't want to get yourself together? You'll be excommunicated from the community. Go figure out a way to get products, services, and resources, and or you will be dealt with street justice style. People will tune you up till you figure out how to conduct yourself properly. Now, again, is that a savory way to govern? No, but neither is this. This is worse.
Well, I think there's right. I understand what you're saying. And you're not going to sit here and ask me to act as though the current system in place is absolutely perfect. I'll be the last person to say that.
Oh, it's far from absolutely perfect. Just by even saying absolutely perfect, you're erring on the side of saying it's at all okay and not completely broken and fucked up.
It works well enough for what it does, I think.
Yeah, generate a whole bunch of money for people to go to war and slave everyone. You're right.
Right. As compared to what you're describing, which sounds more like mob rule and mob justice.
You realize
that there's a lot of. It seems like there's not a whole lot of checks and balances in place prevent a group of individuals enacting their own sense of justice against somebody based on an accusation, or having the sheriff that you have potentially the sheriff potentially abusing what authority he has and potentially committing acts of wrong against others without any sort of oversight. It sounds a lot
like democracy, considering the root word of democracy is demos, which is mob, and democracy literally translates to mob rule. So why you see mob rule one place and not in another place is beyond me. If you're going to call it out, I'll accept it. You're correct. Why can't you see it in the other aspect that we live in now, mob rule? You have a group of folks who are imposing their will on everybody with millions of dictates, many of which cause harm to the individual for things that do not cause harm to others. So where exactly is this inherent sound logic in the argument that democracy is okay, but mob rule is not, when etymologically it's the same exact thing? It's just a qualification of mob rule.
Because our Constitution has checks against mob rule taking over.
That's the thing. You're talking mob rule as in it has to be citizen slaves on the ground. Mob rule already exists. A bunch of citizen slaves put costumes on, follow orders, and impose their will on the rest of us individuals for their beliefs that cannot be substantiated empirically. These are beliefs. There is no exact science to governance. It's political science in the sense that they try things and it's all meant to govern us and take the individual's will and power and personal choice. That's been since the beginning of time. You even agreed to that. that part of the inherent quality of
Right.
governance is you have to limit everybody's personal choice. That's exactly why governance is a problem, because the individual is not free to do the will of God, which is within them.
But without any kind of governance, even if you didn't have a mob rule as defined as a state, as a governing state, it sounds like your version, your variation, your alternative ends up leading us down the same path of mob rule, just in smaller doses.
Right, it's just
on a
not
smaller
monopoly.
level.
It's just not monopolized. So instead of one group having the monopoly on violence and calling it force, everybody has a potential ability to do force to keep people from doing violence. Isn't that a fascinating concept? So let's say you went to go do harm.
I'm sure,
I could just cut
you're
your
right,
head
the-
off to stop you,
You're right.
rather than being worried about explaining it to my masters why I stopped you from doing harm, because they, of course, have the monopoly on force and call it violence when the rest of us do it.
You're right. The purge sounds like an awesome alternative.
It's
man.
not about the purge. There's plenty of lands. See, Artie, you need to leave that gamer chair once in a while. There's plenty of lands where people co-create and commune, and there's no official form of governance and no municipal corporation. And the majority of folks, I know people like you believe everybody's inherently evil. The majority of folks do what's true and what's right, and they go on with their life. And for the few that don't conform, they get dealt with, and they quickly learn how to conform or get out. The same way with my panel has no moderators and no governance. Somehow everything just moves right along and everything just seems to work.
I feel like there are equal levels of people who do have a good moral compass, and there are other people who equally have a moral compass that is willing to be thrown by the wayside if they have the opportunity to do what they truly wanted to
Absolutely.
do.
Your politicians,
or that their moral compass will take a back seat in favor of personal survival.
right. With that said, we're seeing that exemplified on a mass scale with politicians, medical associates, legal teams. These folks are some of the highest ranking folks in putting their own personal wants, their own fears, their own careers, their own monetary situation over the morality of what they're actually doing, because they're not interested in looking at the facts deeper than their pockets go. So let's just be really real with ourselves and each other, right? I see you as a man, right? I see you as one and the same with me, whether that's an insult to you or not. I'm saying that in a positive sense, right? So I just believe that for us to be men, we have to be free to do what we please and govern ourselves with inherent logic, morals, and ethics and conscience. Anything that is superimposed over that will compel us to not practice that art of living in our life. And that's why I believe so many folks are bereft of morality, because they've lived in a society for so long that encourages them to just follow along and never have to think for yourself and feel into certain things and confront the cause and effect of your decisions, right? So again, I'll just keep arguing in my own way, and you can always just respond however you please. It doesn't have to necessarily be a continuous vein of conversation. But yeah, I contend that the reason morality is slipping a couple points every decade or so is because more and more we're compelling people to not commune with that sense of self that leads, guides, and directs and does what's true and what's right, what we call God or God's law, conscience, you know, locally, psychologically, if you want to refer to it to that, if you want to stay away from the religious terminology. More and more people are just saying, hey, whatever everyone else does and whatever they tell us to do is just what we'll do. And it becomes more and more wicked and evil and insidious, as the past 3 years have shown. You know, there's a fair amount of evidence that they told us exactly the opposite of what was going on for their own gain, despite all the harm that was done to many folks who believed in what they said, even told people like me to fuck off and die, and then turned around from a hospital bed saying they wish they'd never listened. So that's a tragic tale, and I really have no dog in that fight other than to reveal and expose the truth beneath the lies.
So I can't really speak to your viewpoint on the effects of the last 3 years. I can only speak to, you know, what are the alternatives to the current system that we have. I think that Our current system is by no means perfect. I think we have a lot of issues that can involve itself because ultimately, at the end of the day, humans, no matter what system of government is in place, whether there is a system of government in place or there isn't, they are ultimately run by humans who are, by their very nature, fallible individuals that can act in their own self-interest in many sorts of ways. The issue that I have is that this idea of personal self-governance would end up leading to far greater harms than trying to address and redress the current system in place to address the ills that it has. So I think that's where we have that fundamental distinction here, or fundamental disagreement, is that I think that the
I don't
system
need to be extreme,
can be made
though.
better, but you don't want the system at all.
No, it's not what I'm saying. Like I said, I'll meet you in the middle. I was just philosophically saying that since men and women are not angels, they're not fit to govern, right? Like, you can't say that men and women are inherently flawed in their logic and morale and then give them a whole bunch of powers the rest don't have. That will cause all of the most criminal elements to be motivated and ambitious to get that status and position, to misuse that authority and power. That's what criminal-minded folks do. That's why the founders said originally governance was not a for-profit endeavor. You govern voluntarily. You go there because it's the right thing to do to serve your country and community. You don't go there because there's a whole bunch of backroom deals and a bunch of status and power you're going to come up on. That's the problem. It's a spiritual concept of why we've degenerated, because we're not serving truth and what's right anymore, and we're not doing it for free. We're serving corporations, and we want a big paycheck on the back end at the expense of the regular men and women who are non-essential. Okay? This is sick, twisted torture camp season, and you folks are like not only legitimizing it, you're saying, well, it's far from perfect. Oh, no, you didn't say it's far from perfect. You said it's not quite perfect. You know, and I'm doing kind of a voice there. I shouldn't do that. I'm being rude. Just talk like myself.
You're the straw man voice.
Yeah. I'm doing the beta male voice, and that's rude. Okay? But yeah, it's like, it's far from perfect to the point where it's broken, sick, and twisted. And I got a whole bunch of folks around me, my countrymen, who were like licking the hand that feeds them when the founder said, let your chains sit lightly upon you and let posterity forget you wherever our countrymen. So again, we have to really internalize what's been going on here from the beginning of time and what's been proliferating and getting worse and worse as time goes on. And we need to stop legitimizing what has been delegitimized since the beginning of time. And we need to start refocusing and reprioritizing inherent localized conscience and right from wrong, separate from legal code and policy. And I know that's scary because that's going to come with consequences. If you don't follow the millions of policy, statute, and code, they're going to do harm to you and wrong to you. For safety, of course, Artie. You understand?
I agree with you. But if you don't toe the line of your local warlord, he's going to kill you and take your property.
Oh, so this is just an example of choosing dictators. Who do I prefer to suck the dick of? United States corporation or a local African warlord? I don't know. I mean, maybe the African's better hung. I'm a size queen.
I feel like in my current system, there's at least a semblance of a level of oversight. There's no oversight in the anarchist freedom world.
It's only that
one warlord is going to overtake the other warlord and kill everybody.
I'm just going to put it out
involved.
to you. This is why you're such a proponent for this system, because you're scared other strong men are going to take what you got, and chances are, if it ever got crazy, I'm going to be that strong man.
Well, it's not just me.
And that's why I don't need governance, and you need it.
It's not just me. It's not just me. It's the septuagenarian. It's the single mom. It's the individuals who live alone, who don't have a group of friends or family.
All right? Sagittarius
who
or
don't
not.
have friends, who don't have colleagues, who don't have people that can back them up when the 20-man group with firearms comes in and wants their food.
Listen, if that half woman, half horse creature that you keep bringing up, the Centaur, if she's got any issues, she's, I don't know, Sagittarius. You keep bringing up something.
Is it septuagenarian? An old lady, 70 years old. That's seven.
Okay, I'm busting your balls a little bit, Artie. I'm playing dumb here. I know it's not hard for me. Yeah. So again, it's just, this comes down to philosophical, objective concepts that can be like defined and understood and experienced. And again, just like doing appeal to authority is fallacious, right? Oh, well, we need this horrible, tyrannical, collectivized government with thousands of agents because if we don't have it, the local warlord might run your life. Yeah, he might, or he might catch a bullet. Right? So I don't know like what kind of life you live, but if you think I'm going to get my life run by a bunch of pussies in costumes or a local warlord, I'm not doing either. So I ain't got guns for the folks in costume because they'll write me up as a terrorist, and I don't want to do to them what they're doing to me and become everything that I'm trying to expose and essentially rewrite and stop, right? Which is for us to like do better and be better. With that said, on the ground, you know, ask any of them. If they want to come for me and do something to me, there's ways to deal with that. And government ain't going to help me at that point. The local warlord, believe it or not, Artie, in a lot of neighborhoods, already runs the neighborhood because they bought the police off. So again, I don't know where a lot of you folks come up, but like anywhere where real shit goes on with real motherfuckers, it's already in that position. There's plenty of folks all over the nation who've paid police off, who are going to tell them when they're coming to raid them, who are going to help them do the kidnappings, to do the murders, who are going to help them push the drugs and resell them drugs from the evidence room. I don't know what makes you think that any of this shit is not going on constantly, right? And is not even like promoted in a way. Blue wall of silence. Don't tell on your buddies, you know? So again, like the killings are thousands in the street a year of all colors, many of which for things that just amount to officer discretion and fear and officer safety. How are we going to account for the thousands of people who are killed in the street on camera now at this point, who they don't even punish and continue to let do the work of the devil, you know, all under the guise of, hey, if we didn't do this, the local warlord's going to get you. When, again, the local warlord where I was either a bunch of gang members or the policy enforcement with 500 civil complaints against them for doing everything under the sun. So I had to deal with both sides because I didn't want to become a gang member and I didn't want to become a corporate thug. So I had both sides fucking with me almost constantly in different ways. Who do I go to at that point, Artie? Right? When if I shoot any one of these motherfuckers, I'm going to wind up under the prison for just doing what's true and what's right, stopping criminals and thugs. Go to God, I guess, right? That's all we got left because we can't become like them, can't wind up having to live with taking the life of a fellow man or woman, and can't really go to prison and have to serve for that. So I guess we avoid that at all costs because you didn't seem to have an answer there. But again, I'm just kind of exposing the flaw in the logic. Excuse me?
What? Exposing the flaw in logic that
who do we go
institutions are corrupt?
Yeah, who do we go to in all the institutions?
Okay, so police officers can be corrupt. Story at 11. The issue is whether or not there are oversights and positions in place that can rectify potential corruption. Again, that's always going to happen in any kind of society. But I'm trying to tell you that in your situation, the only thing stopping from you and a bullet to the head is another group of friends who could back you up in a gang fight. Like I don't understand why you think that this sort of self-governance system where you have to accept that other people share the same moral compass as you do in a nation of 330 million people. It's I feel like it's kind of utopian in my opinion.
It's not about utopian. It's about this is dystopian and you're okay with it, right? Like the idea that just I don't know, but
it seems to me like your system, what you want, sounds far more dystopian to me.
What, that an agent of a government organization doesn't come unless loss, injury, or harm happens? That's crazy, I know. Or an unpaid debt. That's fucking crazy, right, Artie? It'd be like anarchy. It'd be like chaos.
Wait, hold on. Of what government? What government? I thought we were supposed to be all self-governed.
The sheriff, the localized governance that, if you want to, can be connected to a federalized ideology, contract, corporation, however you want to phrase it.
And the sheriff is appointed by who?
Well, how is it all done now? Now you're playing. I love when you play dumb. It's
by
so
elections,
cute.
right?
How is it all done already, Artie?
My point is that by you trying to meet me in the middle, you're just eventually going to recreate government as it exists now.
I'm not. It's called reforming government back to original principles, which you are apparently in favor of tyranny and treason. You're apparently a redcoat. Remember the first time I called you a redcoat? I haven't really completely changed my mind because you can't seem to meet in the middle and understand that there's God-given rights. This governance is of the people, by the people, for the people. And we originally had an idea of sheriffs who were in every town who, if you caused loss, injury, harm, or a breach of the peace, or you didn't pay your debts, they'd show up and have a conversation and or hold court with you to get you to be a grown fucking man and do what's true and what's right. This isn't that difficult and mystical. I don't know why we have to complicate this more than necessary. Like Occam's razor, isn't it? I always get them mixed up, right? We don't need to multiply hypothesis more than necessary. We don't need 2, 3, 4, 5 municipal corporate entities enforcing what you call law, which is statute, policy, and code that has completely gotten away from the foundational principles of this nation. What do we need that for?
I don't know how you can handle law and order with a single sheriff in a city the size of like Newark.
Did I say it had to be singles, or do we right now have probably way less sheriffs than policy enforcement? You could immediately turn policy enforcement into sheriff, stop policing people, and come when called when there's loss, injury, and harm. It's called the foundation of law. A crime has to be committed.
Well, that's usually what they do, right?
They don't, because criminal law nowadays has been obfuscated to commercial code. They call you a criminal for violating commercial code. So that's not what they're doing. They're policing and enforcing policy to generate revenue and causing harm to many people who are not causing harm and have not paid debts. That was a double negative. But you get what I'm saying. So this isn't that much of a jump or a leap to just go back to what we had.
I already disagree with you. We disagree fundamentally on whether a statutes and codes are like.
Okay, so policy, statute, and code and police is necessary for a successful society. Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah, given the size of this country.
Great.
Great.
Yeah. Policy, there you go. You have it on record. Police enforcing policy, statute, and code is necessary for men and women to do what's true and what's right, and or face justice when they don't breach the peace. Many of them don't cause loss, injury, and harm and have paid all their debts. So we need to enforce millions of statute, policy, and code. We need to generate revenue for United States corporation locally, and we need to use it to go to war and lock everyone down and call them non-essential for safety. Great stuff, Artie. I couldn't have written it any better.
Sure.
I couldn't have written it any better.
But sure.
Yeah, pretty much. It's what you're reiterating. I just asked you, do we need statute, policy, and code and enforcement of that using violence but calling it force? Do we need to enforce statute, policy, and code separate from breaching the peace and direct threat and all the foundational law, reasonable suspicion that a crime is being committed or going to be committed? You don't want that. You want policing.
Well, yes, because there are certain
with emergency lights, taken out of their cars, asked for papers, and then decided how much charges they're going to get to pay United States Corporation or the state of corporation or the local municipal corporation, or all three, really, because they're all in confederation together at some level.
I do agree that there are certain laws that don't cause a supposed injury that I think are valid and can be enforced and ought to be enforced, like drunk driving.
But dude, I think your central.
How do you enforce that without taking rights? You don't. All you have to do is say, we all know common sense. You're all personally responsible. If you drink at dinner, you have to be able to operate the motor vehicle. I'm using their terms now.
And,
the automobile.
And as we know,
right, and as we know, a majority of slaves.
All of us have the exact same moral compass as you do, right?
No, this is not about moral compass. This is common sense, which has become very uncommon because the public fool system has been indoctrinating for like 100 years now. And Stalin said, if you just give me 20 years with a public fool system.
I'm pretty sure even the public fool system tells you not to drink and drive.
Again, You cannot tell men and women what they can and cannot do, presuming that they all have this. Again, you're presuming everyone has the same constitution. Like, I can't have 2 beers and go move property without causing a problem. I could if I wanted to. I probably wouldn't, because there's a threat that someone will report me in a fascist system because they smell it on my breath. And then on the way out of Applebee's, I'll be stopped by men in black uniforms, asked for my papers, given searches and tests, and then had my livelihood taken because they had a belief, right? For safety, of course.
So
it's
you were
very simple.
So you were deterred. So you were deterred from potentially causing great harm to somebody by not drinking and driving.
Again, why are you
there by the policy enforcers?
Well, you have no problem, though, signing on to a bunch of cretins serving alcohol to people out in public they know are going to get into cars and drive home. What logical sense does that make? How about some personal fucking responsibility and accountability? Who's ever serving it and who's ever drinking it? No, we could just sit back, promote everybody drinking all day, every day at dinner, then promote the fact they're going to get stopped on the way home and invariably charged if they have alcohol in their system. Well, then don't give it out. How does that make any sense?
Wait, are you in favor of prohibition now?
I'm saying you gotta have some kind of continuity in your shitty argument. If you're gonna be this red coat, go all the way with it. Stalin style, like they did in the Roaring 20s. Go ahead and tell everyone you're a bunch of children. We're going to govern all of you. You ain't going to get no drugs and alcohol. You get steak only, maybe some tobacco, which don't get you high. It just kills you. And then you drive home and we don't bother you. But why you'd criminalize a whole section of society, many of which who can operate the property properly if they're drinking responsibly, if they're drinking responsibly, right? Like I'll help you. I presume in my craziness that Arty, very honorable, ethical man, could go out to dinner, have his piece of whitefish and potato, have a glass of wine, and move his fucking property home properly. I'm not in favor of him having a rectal exam unless he's into that. I won't speculate. On the side of the road. I don't need you being pulled out of your car, asked for papers, given breathalyzers, and taken to court because you wanted to have a fucking glass of wine with your whitefish.
Yeah, see, I'm more in favor of, you are free. You're going to go ahead and drink. You can go ahead and drink, but you better take responsibility and have somebody that can drive you home, or else you are going to get stopped. You could potentially get stopped. And if you get stopped, you can run the risk of getting a breathalyzer. And if you get a breathalyzer, you can run the risk of getting arrested for drunk driving because you're lacking, because of your lack of responsibility. The state has to come in and punish you for failing to engage in responsible action for drinking.
Arty, you seem to think responsibility is a non-local concept. That means I pay for the liquor with money I bought, I drink it, and I carry my property down the road in a way that does not cause harm or breach the peace. That's called responsibility. See, back in the 70s...
not everybody's as responsible as you!
I know, that's why they need governance and I don't. Because they're slaves who can't think for themselves and conduct their own affairs. I'm not that.
And so because they're not as responsible as you, they could potentially have too much to drink, and if they kill somebody...
This is
that's
your only
what's going to
argument,
happen.
dude. Dude, this is your only argument.
Hold on, I'm losing my mind completely on the broadcast today by being civil.
I'm losing my mind at this idea that you should be free to drink and drive. You're defending drinking and driving. I'm not the one defending that.
So let's do that with everything, Arty. The damn food. We can't feed the homeless anymore because someone might have bacteria in it. We can't do it. You're going to jail for it. You can't fish no more and surf because someone might take too many crabs out of the damn water.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about drinking and driving.
Background check because someone might shoot up a school, Arty. We can't do nothing. I can't masturbate and go on porn no more without doing age verification, Arty. What the hell's going on with America? I grew up on pornography. It's what made me a man. And you want to take that from me? Go ahead, Arty. I'm sorry. I lapsed into my Yosemite Sam rugged Americana presentment because I think I'm going to move down south and get like a bunch of cows and ride them and just shoot up in the air and really just rebuke everything that you stand for. I'm going to go the other way.
Okay, sure. All I'm trying to say, I'm giving an example.
Are you for prostitution, Artie, huh? Let me ask you that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Are you for prostitution? Is it okay for a goddamn American to fuck a woman consensually for payment if she decides to and she's not being human trafficked? You going to take those rights and laws away from us too? What made this country great?
No,
Las Vegas?
No, that's fine. I'm fine.
All right. See, he's for all the things he's into that he does. We need to immediately legalize prostitution so Artie is not criminalized.
Wait, are you saying that I purchase prostitutes?
Well,
is that what you're trying to imply here?
We're on the air, so I'm not going to put it that way.
I thought this was going to be a civil discussion.
I know how you roll. Okay, a little cocaine, couple Thailand girls for a small fee. Okay, not a fee, a gift, donation. We don't want to violate legal code here. I'm kidding with you, Artie. I don't know that, but I have no reason to believe I'm
trying to redirect the conversation to what we were trying to talk about before you went all Yosemite Sam on me. All I'm trying to say is that I'm giving an example of a situation or of an instance where you have an action that somebody takes, drinking, and then you have another action that somebody takes, driving. We all can agree that alcohol inhibits your motor functions. It kind of impairs your ability to operate a piece of heavy machinery. And what I'm saying is that even if the act, your individual act of getting behind the wheel of that vessel, conveyance, whatever the hell you want to call it, these days, and put yourself out in the public roadway, you run the very real risk of injuring not just yourself, but others around you. And I feel that this is an example where I feel like the policy enforcers should be allowed to regulate and control and to prevent, because the risk of injury to somebody is so great that I feel like it trumps your right to operate your heavy machinery to whatever point B that you want to go to.
And that logic and ideology is exactly what took hold the last 3 years, exactly what they've been pushing, that every idea of safety trumps everyone else's right to private property.
We all make these kinds of calculations all the time between risk and reward.
We don't need political hacks and corporate fascists to help us in our responsibility and accountability process. If we do, that's available, but you can't impose it on everyone, even those who are response-able and account-able and can self-govern. We're not going to all agree that alcohol impairs everybody the same way and that everybody's inherently going to be criminalized because they had a drink at dinner. I'm not going to agree on that. Now, again, do I support anybody getting drunk at dinner and swerving down the road and hitting somebody? Of course not. Am I going to do pre-crime and criminalize everybody and stop everybody on the highway and put lights in their face and guns in their face and pull their children out of the car to do breathalyzers? No, I'm not going to support complete fascism like the rest of you who profit from it. I'm not. It's simple. When you're observed, it's called officer discretion. I'll meet you in the middle. You want to sit on the side of the road like a pig, waiting to generate revenue to keep everyone safe. You could use officer discretion, right? Which was the, again, principle at play, that everyone had to be able to think properly in order to even govern, which is like a big if. So it makes governance, again, hypocritical and redundant. But let's presume these officers have an ability to use discernment, officer discretion. They can sit in the middle of the fucking aisle there, the shoulder. They can sit on the side in the weeds even, and they can watch for people who are swerving and breaching the peace. And if they want to pull out on them and stop them, I'll even meet you halfway, because emergency lights are not supposed to be used to stop people and force contract on the side of the road. They're supposed to be to get. This is in their regulation.
That's
it was
not
never
what emergency. That's not what emergency lights is limited to.
Again, they're characterized as emergency lights, and it's been ruled on that they've never been.
No, it's not ruled on that. They're allowed to use it. They're allowed to put lights and sirens when they're wanting to conduct a traffic stop.
The regulation specifies
the the prevention of what they're not allowed to do is to abuse the emergency lights, as in trying to use them to try and cut through intersections when there's no actual emergency in the first place.
Lights. If there's no emergency taking place, you can't use the emergency lights. Telling me that a violation of misdemeanor code, someone's demeanor wasn't the way you said it should be, is not an emergency. So again, we have to have sound etymology with an understanding of words and terms, and how it applies.
But you don't understand that words can mean different things depending on the context.
No, you want to believe that words can mean different things depending on your understanding, and they don't.
There's an inherent can. Yes, of course they can.
There's an inherent understanding.
Do words not have multiple definitions?
Again, you can interpret them in multiple ways, but the understanding and philosophy objectively is sound. That's why you can't beat any of my arguments, and you keep trying to revert back to your following in code.
I've been beating your arguments. You just philosophize.
You're not debating any of my arguments philosophically. You've
been trying to talk about COVID for like the last 3 years, or for the last like hour and a half. You've been trying to revert this discussion to talk about the human malware for the last hour and a half, when I've never said anything about relating to the last 3 years.
You don't have to say anything related. Artie, don't you get what I do?
I thought we were going to talk about the foundations and the justifications of government.
I use people on this broadcast to reveal themselves and the collective dysfunction of the masses and their following and their false belief system.
Well, Paul, I feel like you're just using me to sound off and to talk at me. You're just using me. You're just trying to talk at me and not really have a discussion. At you.
I'm revealing the general misunderstanding and misapprehension that folks all over who are governing folks like me seem to have. You're one of them. You're a legal person. You have no understanding philosophically of the foundation of law. All you have is indoctrination they taught you, and you spill education talking points, but you have no ability to talk objectively, generally, about what law is, where it comes from, where the delegation of authority exists, how it applies, what the nature of the charges are, the rest of it.
I do talk about the nature of charges. I talk about the philosophy of law and governance and political systems all the time.
A crime has to be witnessed. Reasonable, articulable suspicion that a crime is taking place or about to take place. Okay. That renders the majority of policy and statute and code inapplicable.
What?
A crime is etymologically defined and synonymous with a wrong.
If a cop sees you speeding, if a cop sees you with his own eyes, there it is.
You don't even understand the age-old synonymous etymological definition of crime and wrong.
Well, in
crime
most states,
and wrong is not a violation of misdemeanor code. Misdemeanor code, which is advisory.
I think that's where we're going to have the issue. Is that you think that statutes aren't law.
Code in this. What does a mandate mean, Artie? We'll make this real simple. Watch how it works. What's a mandate?
Depends on what you mean. What do you?
Depends on who's using it, where it's being used, right? Because you got different definitions depending on what time of day it is. What is a mandate, and how does it apply?
Again, I need more context if you want me to
give
you
I'll help you out. A mandate from the beginning of time is an advisory request. It's not a requirement under law. It's not compulsory. Yet you and all your buddies for the last 3 years have been running around parroting that a mandate is a requirement under law rather than an etymological request that can be denied.
No, a mandate can mean two different things. A mandate can, in a context, say for example, if Donald Trump is elected president, that could be a sign by virtue of his election to office, that he has a political mandate to enact certain policies. That is not a requirement that he has to, or else that's not a contractual requirement to do that. But that's a form of a mandate that he has a mandate given to him by the people by virtue of his election to higher office to do X, Y, and Z. There's also a mandate, as in a actual order, official order, or commission to do something as a requirement.
How can a
that's why I'm
public
asking you for the
servant?
context.
How can a public or civil servant order the men and women they serve to do anything against their will?
Because the people put them in office to give them that authority.
Great logic. So 60% of people voted the other 40% into slavery by virtue of the fact that their representatives are going to order the other 40% against their will to do certain things that may cause them harm. So you're a proponent of slavery.
No.
That's exactly by definition what you're talking about is slavery. You're saying
I'm just telling you how the system
that
works.
a group of people allow someone to have power over them, so that gives them inherent power over everyone else, whether by choice or not, and they can order everyone else to do the whims and wishes of what these 60% voted to have them supposedly represent, which is all lies as you know it, because political campaigns are all bullshit. Right. But you still haven't figured that out, I guess.
Right. Welcome to Civics 101. Yeah.
This is not Civics 101 is that a civil servant is there to protect and serve, not to enforce policy.
Well, no,
the Supreme Court has ruled.
That's what they're authorized to do.
The Supreme Court has ruled over and over again. Policy enforcement has no duty to keep you safe. They have a duty to uphold your rights. So again, you are foundationally flawed in your perspective. You already said earlier. Why are you moving around, yelling and moving your camera? I'm not finished with what I'm saying.
Not moving. Well, the camera moves on its own. But you keep appealing to authority more so than I do,
right? So you'll be like another fan of social credit B system that like tracks and traces and monitors, and based on how good of a slave you are will be based on how much products and services you have. You'll be doing great at that time. Right. You'll support it. You'll argue for it and support it because you already do it now.
I'm gaining so much social credit right now by just being on this and countering you. Jinping is going to give me so much social credit. I can't wait to expend it all.
Come on, Artie. You can be flippant, but you know how it works. It's the top-down, panopticonic technocracy social credit system that uses statute, policy, and code to determine who's a good citizen and who's not. And guess what? The numbers of good citizens are getting lower and lower because everybody's being criminalized one way or the other. So it's few and far between, whether you know it or not, who doesn't daily violate legal policy and code. So they wrote a book on it. The average citizen commits 4 felonies a day unknowingly, but you support all that, of course, for safety. Even though the Supreme Court rules they have no duty to keep us safe, but have a duty to uphold our rights. What happened to that?
So what's a law to you?
Well, that's the thing, is that if you research the history of what law is, it's basically philosophy. That every man or woman, again, inherently has an ability to know right from wrong and govern themselves and not cause harm.
Do they?
This is what I'm not asking you whether or not they do or not. You asked me about law and what it is and how it proliferated and came down through the codification process. Law is philosophy. First and foremost, it's objective logic, morals, and ethics. You live in a world where you think everybody's special and unique, but is going to be governed by arbitrary codes and policies. I don't believe that everybody in this universe is unique and special.
If laws are objective, how come they differ so much depending on what culture you're a part of, or what culture you go into?
Those are ethical, societal, cultural conceptualizations, right? Those are ethics. Those are not laws. So the reason why this system of law here can't impose their will on someone outside of the legal society, right? It's why Muslims on this land can do certain practices. It's why Native Americans can do certain practices, is because folks, generally, the concept is accepted throughout time that one member of a society cannot impose punishment on another member of society. Their own people has to do that. So they'll regularly have cases thrown out at court on this land, even though someone has violated legal society, policy, and code. They cannot try.
That's not correct, though. A foreigner can be charged with a crime.
I didn't say they couldn't be. I said there's many cases of cases that would have been taken and moved and tried, and immediately they would have won them because they had honor situations, right? Circumcision practices with women, cutting off women's clitoris. This was well-known, documented cases that have been thrown out that anywhere else would have been taken on, but due to the fact, I'm pretty sure it was stated in the documentation, due to the fact that this individual occupied a position in a society outside of the legal society, they could not move the case. That is a foundational philosophical principle of law, and it's even an
Do you have it?
I can do a search. I can look into it. You know, correct me if I'm wrong.
You want me to do your research for you? I feel like if you're going to rely so heavily on this particular case, I feel like you should know.
I don't need to rely so heavily. This is the thing. You all legal people need to rely on case law and other people's decisions. So I have an ability to use philosophy.
If you don't care about it, why bring it up?
I have an ability to use philosophy and to correlate common sense, logic, morals, and ethics with other instances and experiences anecdotally. I don't need to now go search for what I just said to make you understand it. I'm willing to do that at some point, maybe not right this moment. But again, it's not about who's going to do it for who. Do you care about the truth? Do you care about philosophy, the understanding of self?
I do care about, I do care about the truth, but I'm not going to take your word for it. At all instances.
I didn't ask you to take my word for it. Everything that I'm putting forth,
essentially. So then I can, so whatever you just said, I could dismiss it outright that you're making it up. Right?
Right. So anything that you didn't get from a formalized, institutionalized education practice is made up. We don't have an ability to sit by a fire somewhere and have conversation that leads to objective understanding of right from wrong. You don't have that ability?
I don't think there's really much in the way of objective right or wrong.
Okay. You don't. So, okay, there you go. So you're a subjective moralist. You're a relativist, right? You think that morality is subjective and relative, and there's not an objective component where we can all, from all around the world, it's the reason why the whole world's uniting right now under certain concepts. China, parts of China, right? Like people from radically different cultural, ethical societies have got access to media that's given them access to an understanding of who and what we all are as one being with one truth and one law with one love, right? But you don't have that ability. Maybe this is why people like you all get together to govern, because you're inferior beings. You don't know truth, you don't know love, and you don't know communion.
Some cultures, thought that ritual sacrifice was moral. Some cultures thought that slavery was moral.
But we can objectively understand that what's done to others is done to us. No? Is this hard for you? It might get harder. Like, I know this is like real difficult for biological androids who have no sense of...
All I'm trying to tell you is that you think that you could objectively determine right and wrong, but obviously in the history of this global planet, what the people's conceptions of what is or is not moral varies wildly.
Right, that's called subjective logic. I just said objectively we can determine that, and you want to keep going to the subjective appeal. I didn't ask you what the chimpanzees have been interpreting for themselves throughout the ages. I asked you if you're able to apprehend a state of consciousness where we can objectively reveal to all the chimpanzees right from wrong with logic, objective logic. Is it okay to lie? Is it okay to cheat? Is it okay to steal? Is it okay to murder? We can objectively come to a decision that it is wrong to do something we wouldn't want done to us. Doesn't matter what the subjective interpretation is by a bunch of low consciousness chimpanzees who think that they're going to spray chemicals onto themselves to be safer. Do you get it?
No, because I feel like in a lot of those instances that you talk about, I mean, murder by definition is, killing of another without justification. I mean, do you think it's always morally wrong to kill somebody else?
You just said murder. Are we talking kill or murder?
Kill. Murder by definition is morally wrong.
No, it's not objectively wrong to kill if there is a need to stop loss, injury, and harm for taking place.
Okay. I'm just trying to...
like, if someone comes to rape Artys' sister and I'm driving by and he doesn't want to do nothing because he wants to wait for his policy enforcement to come, I just get out and fucking blow his head off, right? Because he should know by now that if it's not right to rape, and if you're going to do it, you're gambling, you're taking chances. You want to rape and do it out in public and not kidnap and bind, torture as well, you might have to deal with Paulie Boy or someone else from the community.
Well, you know what? I can actually can I ask you something? Can somebody voluntarily make themselves a slave to somebody else?
I think that physically, on the lowest level of apprehension, yes, it would appear that way. I think universally, objectively, no. Because within that being's consciousness is either dwelling already or the ability to conjure the understanding of right from wrong, and therefore the understanding that slavery or involuntary coercion and duress is wrong. So there's always an objective law in this universe that is able to be apprehended, and it can never actually be abdicated. It could just be ignored. Henceforth, the term ignorance. You have most people living in ignorance of the law, which is no excuse, as they say.
So you would prevent that person making a voluntary individual choice to make themselves a slave?
No, I wouldn't. That's I already said earlier.
Okay,
I have no problem meeting in the middle. If you want to go by the 14th Amendment,
so you would allow slavery to exist in your system.
Allow where? What are you talking about? Your central flaw is.
I'm talking about a hypothetical situation.
You keep doing this thing, and there's 330 million people in this country, and everybody's got to be under the same code as everybody else. Why? Why can't one
for safety?
Because that's the point of cohesion. Because if you have somebody that individually decides what laws they do or do not want to follow, it's going to inevitably result in the absolute chaos and anarchy. Because you cannot enforce any kind of law against somebody.
Consciousness, like most slaves, is fear. So he operates completely from a basis of fear. He doesn't know what faith is.
I operate on the basis of the realities of human nature, which is that somebody will act in their own self-interest to the point that they're going to take from others
to get what
they want.
Again, Darwin and Galton, you presume that
you're the social Darwin. Y'all are the social Darwins. You say a lot of people. You guys want the strong. Did you not earlier say that I would rather have the strong
you didn't listen
above the weak?
Galton and Darwin, you didn't listen. I said the truly strong, not your perspective of strong,
okay. Paul's subjective criteria.
Right, I pioneered a whole new understanding here, separate from your low-level consciousness telling me that chimpanzees are humans. I agree with the rest of you are chimpanzee evolution creatures. I might have come from another atmosphere, it seems. I don't think that I'm one of the ones who, they say there's a race of giants. I'm pretty big and blue-eyed and blonde hair and all that. I might be one of those. Because the rest of you are seemingly chimpanzees circling around a rock and worshiping tradition and regalia. To your own detriment, to your own failing. So you want a matrix, you want a board, we're all plugged into a centralized Zion mainframe, and we're all given an upload daily on how we need to act, or wrong.
What do you mean by worshiping tradition?
You've been born into a society where all you know is what you've experienced, and you can't conceptualize outside of that box. You can't envision what it would be like and be another time in history, or to be another man, or to have another consciousness. It doesn't seem like you have that ability to imagine.
Yeah, I don't have the time to,
You don't have time to imagine? I know, you're so successful, you don't have time to imagine. Well, that explains a lot, to be honest with you. I mean, the more you guys talk, guys like you, the more you reveal yourself in the root of your consciousness, whether you're aware of it or not. You're completely motivated by fear.
A lot
you have no conceptualization of
motivated by fear. I'm motivated by reality. I'm motivated by the reality of the world that we in.
You believe human nature is inherently evil, and there's no reason to believe that when the majority of folks conduct their day every single day without.
I believe that human nature has very much the capacity for evil, and I also believe that I'm also aware that not everybody in this country shares the same moral compass as I do. And so I understand that that's existence.
Because we all are programmable on one level, and on another level have an indwelling. It's been shown by your scientists, a God particle. So we all have an ability epigenetically to switch on and switch off.
My scientist?
Well, what I'm saying is that generally folks like you appeal to scientism, not the scientific method. So I'm saying even your
I don't
culted
think
up
you know what the
slaves,
scientific method is.
absolutely, I understand it. I'm using it here with you.
Are you?
Absolutely. I've observed and reported. I've come to a hypothesis and I'm testing it to get proof of concept. And I've done it 1,000 times and it's come out the same way every time. It's observable, repeatable, demonstrable, explainable, and definable. Absolutely. I'm
Paul.
using the scientific method constantly online with all of you folks.
Paul, can I ask you something?
Sure, go ahead.
What's the shape of the Earth?
I wouldn't know because I have no firsthand knowledge. You would know as a court personnel that you can't testify to something you have no firsthand knowledge of. It would be a perjure event. You'd be perjuring yourself. So I've never had any firsthand witnessing knowledge of what the shape of the Earth is. All I've ever had is secondhand accounts and or images that have been admitted to be photoshopped in their own right. So I suspect that it's neither completely round like a ball, nor is it completely flat like a piece of paper, as these folks say. But I don't presume to know because I've never been out that far to look back and see it. I don't even know if it's possible to go past the Van Allen radiation belt, as many in that field have suggested.
Just curious.
I know you wanted a gotcha where I was going to tell you the Earth is flat and you could make me look like a moron to all your audience, but that wasn't going to happen today. I'm objectively logical.
Your answer was fine enough for me.
I know, fine enough for you because your audience is a lot like you, purely indoctrinated slaves who grew up with a ball in the corner of the room, so they've accepted it as absolute. So they've accepted it as absolute fact with no ability to conceptualize that maybe the powers that be and their organizations are lying to you. That maybe that's a possibility the past 3 years, the past 50 years. Remember when they said Nixon? Yeah, he ran from the back. So he already degenerated to the place of trying to do gotchas for his audience because he can't handle the objectively logical critique and critical thinking. So again, it worked good enough because you and your audience are all normies, NPCs. That's the lingo they use now on Reddit. You're all indoctrinated. You all grew up with a ball in the corner of the room, and you've all accepted whatever you've been shown and told as absolute gospel and fact. That is the failing in your adaptation and evolutionary process. You folks will adapt and evolve to complete sickness and discord and call it just another day in governance and polite society. So you have no firsthand knowledge. Again, if you went to court, I'd wipe the floor with you and people like you. I don't care that you're a legal personnel. You don't understand that the court of law is built on objective logic, morals, ethics. It was held at church at one point. You swore in a Bible. And if you couldn't substantiate your position and you didn't have a third party impartial witness, you were deemed bad faith, dishonorable, and they cut your nuts off. That's why it was called testify. You hold your testicles, you speak the truth. You want to make claims like you know and can't prove it. We're going to cut your genitalia off because you're not a man. You're an inauthentic corporate beta male. Again, I didn't necessarily want this to go this way. I had a feeling that it would. I still maintained my civility so you all couldn't, as much as I could muster, as I said, a white gorilla who's not meant for domestication. Because I'm tired of you folks trying to use the one out you have that I'm impolite and that I'm uncivilized and I can't just have a regular conversation while you mumble and stutter and shuffle and shake and squirm and deflect and obfuscate and appeal to authority and emotion and all the other fallacious forms of argumentation. Right? This is why the majority of you can't actually have a debate because you don't know the rules of debate. You couldn't stick to it. And when called out on it, you want to roll your eyes and make facial expressions and neck cock and feel some way about it. None of you know what the shape of the earth is objectively, subjectively. Right? None of you know what the shape of the earth is. All you know is what you've been told and shown. But if I brought you to court and said, give me a firsthand testimony of what shape the earth is completely on all sides, if you told me it was round like a ball, I'd have you put in jail just like an administrator would, because he would know with his study of philosophy and objective logic that you just lied directly or indirectly, because nobody who hasn't gone out far enough and spun all the way around it knows the complete shape of the planet. And if you claim to, you've shown your foolishness, you've shown your ignorance, and you've shown your willingness to indoctrination. Okay. And there's nothing you're going to do or say that's going to change my vision and understanding of this objective logic and how it works, so we can separate our wants and desires from what is true and what's real, or our indoctrination from our actual firsthand experience. Your thoughts, Wizard Creature and Timmy?
What's up? Yeah, man. I mean, there's a million examples, but basically, these folks they want to take the pre-crime that should happen internally and should be like, should I do that? Nah, that's wrong. That's gonna harm that other being. Let's not do that. And then they want to externalize it to somebody else. It's pretty much all it is to me.
Here they go. They're over from Artys' stream. You can watch Artys' stream that he got kicked. No, I put him in the back to finish my statement like I did a couple times through the interaction, and I was going to bring him back up. He left when I put him in the back. So you guys did this last time. You did the same thing last time. We're watching Artys' stream and he got kicked. I didn't kick him. I put him in the back because he was getting a bit emotional and talking over me. I get it. I do a lot of talking. He doesn't want to be patient and wait. He doesn't want to listen and respond in kind to anything I'm saying, really, to make sense of his points or to diminish my position, to actually debate it, right? It's all just sort of generalized, beating around the bush, appeal to authority and emotion with no ability to use logic to discern cause and effect, where it's going. So again, like Plato said, you will be governed by your inferiors. He was a philosopher. He was probably sitting in a cave somewhere, smoking some good reefer, and had X amount of conversations with merchants and legal people of the courts and all the rest. And he concluded, I'm being governed by my inferiors. They can't even use objective logic, morals, and ethics, don't even understand the scientific method, and then want to make themselves look like a fool because they're an impartial globe believer and think that I'm a flat earther because I must be a conspiracy theorist nut. So another appeal to emotion and authority and conceptualization. But the reality of it is, I'm as objective as it gets. I don't know. And everyone else who claims it's either completely round like a ball or flat like a piece of paper is a tard to me. You get it? Is that easy enough for you to figure out? I'm the few, I'm the proud, I'm the discerning. Go ahead, gentlemen, if you got anything, we'll move along. Because a lot of folks aren't going to be able to handle Aristotelian logic where you can hold the idea of a concept without accepting it or denying it in order to reach the state of true enough, if not complete truth. Because I don't think anyone can ever know the whole truth. Just maybe know your truth and or objectively true enough.
Well, one of the biggest comments I noticed about that entire conversation is when you said something about common sense, and he says there is no common sense.
Right, because he doesn't have it.
Exactly. If you don't believe there's no common sense, then it's because you don't have common sense yourself. That's just...
And that's what I'm revealing about these folks. Artie, again, I'm not picking on him today. I said, bro, last time we met, I could have waited longer, if not changed my presentment, because I gave you both barrels right out of the gate. I took it through a couple hours of fairly polite, cordial, civilized conversation and addressing of certain ideas and concepts and philosophies, best as I know how, while also doing a broadcast and not seeming like I'm talking to someone at Starbucks. So, again, you're all the same to me. The Talcots, the flow states, the RD corporate fiction, the Mar Fugal slave. The majority of folks are incompetent. You're incapable. You're inept and inane. There's many different ways I could put it. You're essentially disempowered and impotent. What does Mr. Wizard say? Your understanding is biased by your lack of intellectual comprehension, something along those lines. You can only come to the ceiling of the comprehension and intellectualization that you can achieve. And what I'm starting to learn is there's like a really low ceiling on a lot of folks, and or what I choose to believe is an unwillingness to reach a higher level of ceiling. See, Artie's not a dumb man. I highly doubt he's a left brain illogical completely. He's unable to conceptualize. He's intellectually probably a pretty bright guy. Emotionally, probably broken and disturbed. That's why he admitted he has an attention deficit issue That's usually what I find to be the root of that issue. You can't be completely diagnosed because it's not a syndrome. It's not a disease in the sense of the way we usually characterize it. It's a dis-ease. When the person is not at ease within themselves, not confident in who and what they are, doesn't have a strong foundation in reality and lifestyle, they have issues focusing for good reason because their mind is elsewhere. Their beingness is elsewhere, right? And again, that to me is just more evidence of the natural godly process that's trying to take you back to the origination of law and true self. If you were to follow that path, you would find your attention deficit issue being less and less is what I found. Your attention gets more and more pronounced. There's more and more clarity. There's more and more ability to respond, responsibility, and account for that response, accountability. Okay, so again, a lot of you folks experience ailments in your life. And the reason for this, I believe, is because you're not in alignment with what is. You're in resistance to what is, and you're in alignment to what you want it to be or what you've been told it is. That cuts you off from the supernatural process and force. And that's why a lot of you folks can't exemplify common sense abilities, because you're not communing with the higher sense of self. That's what gives the being more common sense, and communion and community is communion with the higher sense of self rather than what you've been brought up in this world. That's why when he talks to me about corruption, he doesn't even understand what corruption is. Corruption is a spiritual state of beingness before it becomes financial. The being is corrupt in their mind, in their heart, in their beingness before it ever shows itself in governare mente, which we know means mind control, government. The etymology is mind control, governare mente, to control the mind. So a lot of these folks who've never found freedom from the cage of the mind and what it's been uploaded with can't govern themselves. They need to be governed because they've not communed with anything outside of that culture, root word cult. So don't come here and tell me I'm doing a cult. If I'm doing a cult, it's to free you and get you back to your truest self and to commune with that force. You folks are doing a cult. It's called culture, and it believes that the mind should be controlled by other folks who are corrupt spiritually. I don't accept that concept. I reject that concept, and you will not impose that concept upon me without me rejecting it and letting you cause harm or loss to me, to put you on record forever as who and what you are, and to give testimony for the rest of what they've signed on with. See, martyrdom is the highest achievement for a spiritual warrior. I don't want to fight you and kill you and overthrow you. I want you to put it on record once and for all who and what you are, what you're riding with, so I can do the same. I come with the motherfucker who brought me to the dance, like they say, right? A lot of you folks, you lost sight of that. You got caught up in the world. Now you're working with that other side, right? But I came into this, whether it be broadcasting on this life, with that force. And I'm sticking with the one that brought me to the dance. And I don't give a fuck what happens in between. And it has to be that way, right? If not, you will become corrupt. You will become fallen. You will lose your soul, your personal choice, your property, your rights. And eventually you'll lose your mind and your life. Your thoughts, gentlemen? I'm doing a lot of talking today. You know, those interactions can get me stoked, as they say, fired up.
Well, that saying I always repeat is a man's intellect is
I'm
limited
closer.
and biased.
Can't hear you.
A man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary. Last night I thought about it again, and I think a man's consciousness is limited and biased by his will.
Well, absolutely, because I continue to contend that this is not an issue of intellectual inferiority. This is an issue of cowardice. Their subconscious is already determined to them, whether they're aware of it or not, that they can't accept the new information because it will require a change in them and how they live. And they're not up to it willfully. Their spirit has already shut them down from the opportunity because it knows they can't handle it. They're not ready for it. That's the best that I could do to be equitable and to not demonize these folks and make them an enemy, is they have an inherent survival mechanism that's keeping them from the truth ultimately because their spirit is too cowardly to apprehend the truth completely. They'll probably fall to pieces. Like the scripture says, once you get a revelation of this, Your mouth hangs open like John the Revelator at the beast system and what it does and how it works and how it could all work together and be connected to something otherworldly. How could this be possible? How could it all work together with everybody seemingly everywhere? Well, God does that, and God needs an equal opposer. So, like they say, if God favors you, well, the devil does too. The more you walk in this path, the more the devil wants your soul back. Because that's the whole point of this realm, to get you under its will, not God's will. So we'll continue to avatar folks who are unwillful, who will do their own will rather than the will, and it will use them to try to take our status, standing in position under God at birth, if you want to use that terminology, when you're born. All right, I guess we move forward, huh? That was a fairly good interaction. I'm not upset with any of it. I hope Artie is not upset. I mean, he was fake laughing in the back before he left. So I'm sure a lot of that was for his audience. I'm sure at a certain point, either from the beginning or a certain point through, he started restreaming, and that's when we get Artie the character more. So, most of these folks, you're going to get the character version of them, and they're going to fake yawn like Talcott. They're going to fake laugh and present false strength, and they're going to run from the back because how dare I put him back there? And it's the perfect time to run because we're right in the middle of you absolutely going nowhere with your philosophy and looking like an absolute brain dead, mind and heart controlled slave. And while I don't want that to be the case and I want better for you, I'm more than willing to use this place as a form of on-the-job training, trial by fire, and learning for others what this game of life is all about, right? I love the game. I love the truth. Every night, well, I'm not going to say every night, a lot of nights, because there's some nights I miss, I do mantra. As I'm laying down before I go to sleep, I go right down the list, and I don't even like calling it God. But just for the sake of my physical, psychological programming, I essentially say, I love God. I love the truth. I love myself. I love life. Right? It's kind of like it's a little bit cupcakey, like Aaron, life is good. I feel good, that whole thing. But it's just a reaffirmation that because I serve this force, really is what it is. I don't call it God. It's a force. It's a consciousness, it seems, in me or around me or on me or from somewhere else, part of me or non-local. I serve that force. So I serve truth. So my life is better and I'm able to reconcile regardless of consequences. I will not allow the darkness and the evil of this place to keep me from my purpose. That is the mistake that most people make. They get paralyzed by the evil and the fear. So I did that a lot of my life in certain ways. I had the understanding I wouldn't apply it. Well, now it's a new day. It's a new era. Right? It's a new state of beingness, a new state of consciousness, a new understanding that there's nothing you can do to me beyond this realm, right? This beingness seems to go on beyond this realm or was here before this realm. And really, there's nothing you could do to me other than try to harm my body. As long as I continue to do what I know is true and what's right, I am secure to status and position here and hereafter. Every fiber of my beingness at this point indicates that to me. And this is coming from a person who, again, was the lowest, broken, lost infidel at one point, who always had that thing in him, just had it overwritten completely, following, doing cultural games, trying to appeal to a peer group and a crowd, trying to be accepted or liked or just have power. All the rest of it, it's cliche at this point because there's only one self. Everybody has the same journey and the same story, just varying degrees, it would seem to me. So give me something, Timmy Wizard, if you got it. If not, I'll move forward. I got the Russian mob boss, and then I got breaking slave news.
Look at the juxtaposition of like your journey, right? And then you didn't say, you just said, you were super infidel status, and like you didn't turn and go, you know what? Everybody else is also an infidel scum. So let me change my life around, and then you know what I'm gonna do for the rest of my life? Work on some corporate overlay for all beings at an international level to make sure that the infidels don't harm the non-infidels, even though everybody's an infidel. Like that, that's what that kind of being's perspective is. It's purely, I think it's purely spiritual. It's purely lack of courage, lack of faith. I guess somewhere along the line, they lost their faith from after they were born, and they just got corrupted. Their spirit got corrupted, and then they just think everybody else is a fearful piece of garbage. And then the only way Granny can't get robbed is if there's like some serious like international entity that's gonna like protect Granny at some centralized thing.
Listen, you gotta understand. These folks, I believe subconsciously, whether they know it or not, I'm not saying that they're inherently or consciously doing evil or wrong, but evil is just lived backwards. These folks have been uploaded subconsciously into an inversion state of consciousness. So what they're doing is appealing to your emotion by politically aligning themselves. They know in order to keep their system going, they have to make you believe in it. And the way they do that is by appealing to women and children and the disabled. They've been doing that forever. Okay, the women and children are disabled are not being cared for by the agents of this government. So you're not fooling anyone. If you really believe that, you got way more soul searching to do. I don't think you folks actually believe that. You're just going to use that as an argument to get the crowd, the audience, to appeal to your philosophy. Because, hey, if Paulie Boy doesn't accept that, well, that proves he's not empathetic. It proves I am, and you should definitely follow what I'm saying. I mean, it's so cliche at this point. And it always comes from people who, when you look into their life, they do no service outside of themselves. Everything is self-contained, self-interested, self-absorbed, right? Focused on the idea of it's got to be better and safe for everyone, so I'm going to neglect my responsibility and accountability to myself, my family, my country, my community, my God, right? So you're not kidding anyone. You use this idea of selflessness and empathy to gain traction with your arguments and your momentum, but the majority of your life is self-serving. You do not serve others and the truth, and you do not face sacrifice and consequences for having to lead. You folks have never led in your life. All you've ever done is follow. It's all over you energetically. I don't even care what the rest of you see and hear. If you learn how to read people, body language and energy and the rest of it, their eye contact, there's many aspects to this communication thing, right? It's all over you that you're insecure in yourself, in your own skin, in your life, in your lifestyle, and your presentment is lacking, and the understanding lacking even more, because I'm not even as much interested in you being actualized and realized and successful and capable and competent as I am you just being willing to put your emotions and your beliefs aside and look at this shit objectively from a cause and effect perspective and just acknowledge the inherent wrongdoing that goes on all day, every day, in and outside of ourselves. If you're capable, but apparently many folks on here are not capable. So it's a Herculean task that I'm asking folks to rise to the occasion. It's almost impossible. It's like Mission Impossible here.
Well, it's just clear logic. If Granny is on her own, first of all, why is she on her own? Why has she not accumulated trust in her community to not be by herself if she's fragile? They're like, no, let's not take care of our family and community as we should, as an ethic. Let's like invent
outsource it, Timmy.
Let's invent a RoboCop to guard the old people home. Like,
you're on it.
And then they'll have maximum
now
security.
You're on it. See, Timmy, you look a lot like that courtroom judge who sentenced Trump. Did you see him the other day? You had a similar. Yeah, he was grinning from ear to ear. He couldn't believe Donnie had the balls to show up to a piece of paper that was a fraudulent instrument. He showed up in court like a broken baby, and the judge looked like an old version of you, and he was grinning from ear to ear. You know, he had the small hat look to him, if you know what I mean.
I saw.
But yeah, you grinned. You got it in you. There's a part of your lineage that roots back to them small hats in the synagogue of Shaitan. So you can't help but to giggle and grin while the slaves just give away, their future, their destiny, their rights, their property, their mind, and ability to choose. There's a part of you like me that's small hatted out. You have a masochistic, sadistic side of you where you love this game. You love this dark Luciferian simulation.
On one hand, it is what it is. Like, it's so cliche that Artie asked the question, is it lawful or whatever he said for someone to choose slavery? And it's like, bro, like I wanted to blurt out, but I restrained myself. Like, yo, you do that every day. You and all the codes that you push on everybody else. You're
That guy's a
willing
lawyer,
slave.
okay? Lagoon Creature was a lawyer. The other broad that was in here, the one who, again, let me show you for those who weren't here a year ago, because these people have been around for a year and a half. And, you know, they've been watching me and keeping tabs on me. But this is what the creature Lauren did the first day she came in. That was her first entree to myself. That was her greeting, okay? Now, anyone who does any bit of kind of research, we'll call it. Why am I lagging here? Why is this happening? Can you still hear me, Timothy? Oh, I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
That's
you're
why.
good. You're
You know,
good.
I'm an idiot. Okay. I'm just going to say it right there. Right there. See, sometimes I act like an idiot, but I'm not an idiot. A lot like how Artys says, sometimes the United States act like a corporation, but it's really not. Yeah. Sometimes I act like an idiot, but I'm actually not. You see how that works? Also, my mother sometimes acted like a whore. She's dead now. She acted like a whore sometimes, but she wasn't one. You understand. So this was the first entree, right? This was the symbol of hello for her. It is one eye, because you see one eye is closed, right? There's a bit of a one eye symbolism there. We got tongue out, which is symbolism of Shiva, destroyer of worlds. And we got the Baphomet, the horns of the devil. So do you think it's coincidental that a being shows up into your life and their first hello to you, hello, Hello, right? Hello. Their first greeting from hell is one-eyed symbolism, you know, Horus, eye plucking, the whole deal, Fetty Wap, you know it. Beast system symbolism. Tongue out of Shiva, more beast system. And Baphomet, hand symbolisms. So again, she still can't figure out why I called her then and will continue to call her the whore of Babylon. Because that's what she serves. These people serve a spiritual force, whether they know it or not. They think it's all just like, you know, religiosity language. You know, they think this is all like religious language. I'm doing fairy tales. They don't understand. They're being avatared. They're being used. I didn't understand this. I still think it's crazy and wild. Just to speak it is 180 degrees the way I used to speak and how I perceived this. I just thought people were people. Then at some point, it was almost like revealed to me, no, this is all some kind of simulation program. And these people are all being avatared like the movie Avatar. Body snatchers. They're all in a state of consciousness. If they're not being avatared by something or someone, they're in a state of consciousness that all looks the same and all does the same things and all follows the same code like a machine and all runs the same symbols as their greeting or as their crest, right? That's their symbol of who and what they are and what their familial tie is. So it's not a coincidence when they show you who and what they are, believe them, and then you offer them an opportunity to repent from their wicked ways, to reform themselves, and to be saved by seeking truth and be set free. You want that, you can have that. If your life's going great and you're not suffering and you like yourself and you feel actualized and realized and you finally pass the bar after 5 tries, good luck. I wouldn't want to be any of you. I can honestly say that. I wouldn't want to be any of you. I'd much rather be me than be you with what I know now, perceive that I know, and where it's gotten me in life in certain ways, and what I see with the resonation with other people with the same discernment. I'm on to something. I think that you're way off the mark. So you may want to look at that. I try to separate your beliefs about me and who you think I am and the lack of entitlement that I have, the lack of gradual indoctrination. The lack of degree, more Masonic terminology. I know I'm not one of those people, so you may not want to listen to me. But what I'm saying may be true, and it may be the true enough version of life for you to take your life to the next level while the rest of these folks cycle and spin in abject insanity. So I think I'm going to move forward, Timmy. What are your thoughts?
I mean, it's all good, man. I just think that it seems like the state of people get so mad at me when I'm just like, yo, it seems like most of this shit is voluntary. So, you know, if I'm not a man and if I've, you know, vacated the vessel, whatever, you know, however you want to put that, it's like, It pretty much seems like the system is just managing those who give up your body, and then it's doing something with you. It's doing something with these empty vessels. It's putting them to work, right? Productive citizens. If they weren't like that, I don't think the system, it doesn't just encroach on everybody. Again, it does sometimes, maybe, you know, traveling, certain instances, right? But more often than not, seems pretty voluntary. And most people are like already complaining, like, hey, but in the big city, yeah, but I mean, you don't have to be there. So
yeah, part of the simulation program seems to be free will, like the God creature has been spoken about. I don't cite the Bible like it's gospel. This is an account of experiences, and I have my own experience, so I can correlate that with my own. I don't need to take their word for it, right? So, yeah, I mean, you know,
dude,
I can only ever come back to the simulation theory, if you want to call it that, where all things are interconnected. It's all holographic. The micro reflects the macro reflects the micro, vice versa. And this is a choice-based simulation where you have to give your power and will over in order for this to become whatever this other side of things wants to make out of this creation. It sounds wild and crazy, but that seems to be what's going on here. It has to use us to build whatever it is that its will is. And it just may be us. And it just may be an inherent part of us. Like the story goes, the Luciferian archetype that's kicked out of heaven and becomes fallen because in its ego thinks it's going to overwrite creation and do everything better than whoever, whatever, put everything here for us to understand and live with. So that just might be a part of the human experience. If it's not a non-local entity or, state of consciousness, it just might be part of who and what we are as a human beingness that cycles forever in history. On the light and dark cycle, right? Building itself up, having to be broken down and built back up again in a different image, and then done all over again because we forget about what the inherent state of beingness is supposed to be for us to have the life that we say we want. It's almost like it all has to keep doing that. The same way we individually in our lives do a lot of the same shit over and over, learn more about it, but even sometimes still do the same thing. It's just kind of part of the looping experience of gaining knowledge of self, it would seem, and then adhering to a practice. Because if you don't have the practice, you gain the knowledge, your life changes, and then you revert. So there has to be some guiding force, guiding practice, steady state of consciousness and beingness that pervades all of history and time and situational circumstances and environment. And that's, I'm sure, why the information has not changed. The state of beingness has not changed. The cause and effect hasn't changed. The solution hasn't changed. And the beings who embody this state of beingness and start to walk in that way are unchangeable. They're not for sale. They can't go back on that red pill, right? There's blue and red pill. All it offers the truth. And once you take it, you can't go back. But now, we know the rest pretty much, that you become the one, united with oneness consciousness, one law, one truth, one love, one light, many people say. You call it like that. And then there is the shadow of that, which is what we see the majority of folks living from. The true light and then the shadow that's cast. And they're deep in that shadow. And when you show them the true light, they turn their head away. See it every time with these folks. So this is a spiritual, archetypal story about consciousness and what will happen on one's journey to the truth, life, and way. All right, let's move forward, man. I'm gonna give the Russian mob boss a shot. See what he's got. See what he has to. What does he have to offer, Timmy? That's the important question. What is it? Oh, hold on a second. Other people have offerings. Dwayne Willis, thank you for your offering. Thank you for your gift, supporting me in the broadcast. By supporting the broadcast, it's really just me, so let's not lie about this. Let's not be like them. Do the whole we and us thing. Timmy's getting nothing. Okay? He's lucky he gets what he gets here. He should be thankful and grateful, and he should do more work for I and Unslavia Industries on the phone lines and everything else. No, I'm happy with Timmy and what he's been doing. He figured some shit out. He created a bit that I can always go to. And that's what I look for, if nothing else. I mean, he is a small hat, so I don't expect him to like contribute and donate, but he can put his will into computer programming and other small-hatted activities that the rest of us goyim do not know how to engage in without constant tutelage. So
Shalom.
Thank you, Timmy, for using your small-hatted ways for good. You're using your powers for good. You're a white small hat, is what you are. Okay, QAnus, the whole deal. You know, trust the plan, storm coming.
Trust it.
Whatever the fuck. Who knows what these people are up to? Shelly Morris, thank you for your offering, Shelly Morris. I love you, sister. Guys, I love you. That's all I know. Right? If I abused anyone in this broadcast for the last few hours, I just want to be clear before and after. I love you. I can never really be held accountable. Right. Okay. I'm doing a little bit of Talcottian flair today. Why not? Bucket list of a boss. So let's see what he's got for us.
Sometimes people ask me, Drюха, how do you prepare to die? I've seen some people die. It is very interesting to see what people regret most. So I give you 5 advices for life before you die. Before you die, build a house for your family and tell the notary it has to stay in the family. Before you die, do some natural psychedelics. The trip will prepare you for your trip to the other side. Before you die, forgive everyone who has sinned against you. You will die easier. Before you die, ask people for forgiveness you have sinned against, asshole. Before you die, do something big for a stranger and expect nothing in return. When you live like I live, you can die any day. So take care of business sooner than later, Druk. Be honorable.
All right, Timmy. So I guess indirectly, if you're kind of being led by this thing, this force, you're already kind of doing that at times, or already aware of that. He didn't really reveal anything that we didn't know. So kind of more evidence that we're not all special and unique and different, because apparently people from Russia and all over the world can come to certain understandings that all align, no matter what culture and society you're from. We all get called back to that one self and that one truth and that one way. There's nothing new under the sun, right? If you think that you're new and unique and special, you're probably caught up in an ego trip. You're just an expression of consciousness. Comments?
Yeah, I mean, it's
questions?
nothing much to say. I mean, I've seen a lot of people close to death, and like their word, not like me next to them, but like their word. It's always the same thing. Like, I wish I was more courageous when I was younger. I wish I didn't work my slave job so much. I wish I didn't let some small argument break up a friendship for 50 years.
I wish I wasn't a bitch. About that.
Pretty much.
You get down?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I wasn't a pathetic, cowardly slave, Timmy. We're now at Timmy's camp, Timmy's success camp that he does. Timmy, I'm here today because, like, I really wish I wasn't a pathetic, cowardly slave who just followed everyone else despite all the inclinations to do and be something more. Really upset by that.
You're in the right place. Welcome.
Can you help me? Like, is there any benefits and privileges program you could put me on or something?
Well,
anything you could do for me to make my life immediately. What?
Not really. Their first requirement.
So you're not really willing to help me then? You're just gonna like sit here and try to talk to me and give me shitty advice or something? What do you?
Nah, you gotta be self-motivated. You gotta come to me with like, yo.
Oh, I am. I mean, I got in the car. Yeah, I was 15 minutes late, but I'm here now, and I'm willing to like pay you if you're gonna help me make my life better immediately.
You'll fail with your countenance and motivation level. It seems.
Wait a second. What kind of fucking sick, twisted motivation camp is this where you told me that I'm going to fail just by being me? I mean, I was told just like be me, and that's going to be good enough. And like I'm pretty cool, you know. Been to college, I got a job and stuff. You know, I got a wife. Like, what makes you think that I'm already failing or that I'm going to fail? I don't understand this. I have everything that someone could want, like other than the fact that I'm, you know, kind of feeling
what do
something
you
in
need
me
my
about
help
being a cowardly slave. But
yeah, so what do you need me for? You've already achieved your cowardly slave level. Like you don't want to break out of that, right? So what is
well,
there
I
to
mean, I
discuss?
do. It's just that I really don't want too much undue stress and trauma in my life. You know what I'm saying?
Then I'm sorry,
Yeah, any kind
I
of
cannot
program
accept
that
these
just kind of
fellows. So
can you just kind of tailor make the program around me and maybe just consider me and my life, like my feelings and stuff?
you're not special. It's the same program for everybody. It's pretty straightforward.
What an asshole. Hold on a second. I'm texting. I don't even want to listen to you. This guy Timmy's a real dick. I think I'm gonna put hey, hey, can I? No, I'm not done yet. I mean, you're still gonna make me pay
Oh,
the
you're done.
initials for this. I'm getting no, I mean, listen, you could I mean, can you really throw me
I
out?
just sent it back. I just
All
sent
right,
it
you
back
know what?
to
I'm
friend.
doing on Yelp because I'm going to leave a review. Pretty sure I saw you on Yelp, so I'm pretty sure I could fuck up your reputation on there.
I don't
If I
have a
just
Yelp,
like
bro.
use alternate
Make a
accounts
YouTube
and
video.
say you're a bad person. Hey, can you take a picture for my Facebook? Hold on. Can you smile? There we go. Yeah, this guy's fucking. Don't come here, people. Oh,
Please
all
do
right.
that. Please keep away all your other loser failure slaves. Don't tell them to not contact me, please.
So you're going to insult everyone else too on my way out. You're going to insult all these people, and well, you heard that. You know, I'm recording. right now.
You're
Yeah, I'm recording, just so you know. Like I put the phone down, but still recording.
It's best of luck.
Like you're gonna be so fucked when all these other people find out that you don't care about their feelings. They're never gonna deal with you ever again. You know that, right?
I don't want to deal with your folks.
Well, there's their kick out gyms violated. You know, he expected better from you, Tim. More civilized conversation, more loving. You know, you seem very angry. You got a lot of trauma in your life. Let's go back to you, because obviously you can't help me at all. Like you're pretty much fucked. You know, I'm thinking I need to help you. That's why we're here. So, you have a lot of trauma in your life, or what?
Nah, man.
Anger.
You gotta get results. It's just process, brother. Process.
Right. So you're like really
your-
angry. You like hate black people or something, don't you?
Oh, black people are great, man.
Right. Even the fact that you'd call them black people just because I said it shows you're a racist. We all know you're supposed to say African American. What's the deal with that? Why'd you just do that?
American. That's not even acceptable anyway.
Uh-huh.
Here, aren't we?
I thought so.
Mm-hmm.
We got ourselves a Sobsit here. Extremist, terrorist, insensitive, narcissist, abuser, masquerading as some kind of life coach. I mean, hey, if I want real life coaching, I got Jack Talcott 24/7, 365 for free. So why the fuck would I even come here?
Please don't.
You haven't figured out how to live without fees? That man somehow figured out how to succeed better than everyone. He does absolutely nothing and somehow lived in the same house for 5 years.
Hey, he's on to something.
You can't do that. You got to work, dumbass.
Damn ethic.
All right. Well, you're like boring me. So I think I'm going to move on. I got the US codes here, but it's from We Are Change, and they'll just say that it's not real. And We Are Change is like not necessarily completely reputable either, as far as I.
They're fucked.
Yeah. So I've heard word on the street. The word's gotten around the Trutherverse. They got a whole bunch of quotes here that apparently they believe says that you can travel without license. You know, stuff like, I don't know, Thompson versus Smith, right of a citizen to travel upon the public roadways. The transport his property thereon in the ordinary course of life and business is a common right, which he has under the right to enjoy life, liberty, to acquire and possess property, and to pursue happiness and safety. So I don't know. Maybe that just didn't happen, doesn't exist. Or if you read the rest of it, it completely changes what was said. They always go, oh, you took 2 sentences out. I read the whole decision. And it like completely says the opposite by the end. I go, that's weird. Why would they do that? Are they trying to fuck with us? Because that right there just seems to make a lot of sense to me. I don't even need to read anymore. There's like 30 of them. But that one right there just makes the most sense to me. The right to move around on the roadway is a fundamental right, and you cannot force everybody to give you their money and do what you say under the guise of safety when it's been ruled that you have no obligation to keep everyone safe, but you do have an obligation to uphold rights. It's a bit confusing, the whole
we don't
damn
follow
thing.
federal code or the Supreme Code.
We don't do that here. We just kind of do our own thing, like Valdez says. Wasn't that interesting? Wasn't that part of the checks and balance already referenced? Yeah, it doesn't exist. Because Valdez says we don't follow federal code. We just do our own thing municipally. Great. But he won't accept this. So Valdez will say it on camera, but Artie won't accept it on camera. Guess it'll be bad for his audience or his platform, however that works.
Then again, mob.
Didn't Valdez also say, Timmy, please? Didn't Valdez also say in that interaction where I called you right after, because you are my small-hatted counsel who I talk over constantly?
Not
true. Not true. Right. Don't let them believe some of my non-bits. Didn't Valdez say on the side of the road, will you give me the name that's not your name that the government created that looks like your name? What was that about? Was he trying to talk to me like how I would understand, or was he talking to me the way he understands how I understand? It's kind of weird. He's like doing okay, let me try to talk to this creature the way he might understand. Could you give me the name that the government created that is your name but isn't your name? Wait, so you do understand this? What? You do understand that there's a corporate entity you want me to be the surety of? So you can do corporate contract law with me, corporate code, policy, statute, code. I know the game. All right, so forget that. The codes they don't exist. The statute, the Supreme Court doesn't exist. Let's talk about Tupac, because that's the real shit everybody's waiting for. Let's get to the real important shit. So they finally say they figured out who killed Tupac, and he's going to prison, and we're going to watch him get arrested. Man's old at this point. Leave him alone. Killed Tupac like 30 years ago. He's probably regretting it. I mean, dear mama, thug life, the whole deal. Come on. Who would ever really be happy about the decision long term? He's probably just angry. Crime of passion.
This was the moment Dwayne Kefe D. Davis was arrested and taken into custody.
Go and put it down. I know. Hang on. Put that down for a second. All right.
Why can't the news get something so simple as Keefe D? I'm pretty sure that's his name. I don't know much about this culture. I know that I'm purported to be a jailbird hip hop gorilla creature because I listen to gangster rap, and I always have. And I also listen to Caucasian classics from time to time, as you know. Let's get back to the point. How are we supposed to trust news outlets who can't even get the name Keefe D right instead of Kefi? These fucking white people, man. What's their problem?
He's the suspect accused in the 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur. Davis was in court earlier this week, but it was brief. He told the judge his lawyer wasn't present, and therefore his arraignment, where he was to enter a plea, was postponed.
This morning, Dwayne Keith Davis made his first.
This guy can't get it right either.
Here in Las Vegas, pursuant to the indictment, which was
Wizard. You're talking about Wizard now.
Charging Mr. Davis with open murder with use of a deadly
John Wilson,
weapon,
aka Keith Davis.
Tupac Shakur was 25 years old at the time of his death. He's considered one of the most influential rappers of all time, with 6 Grammy nominations.
I'm pleasantly surprised and happy and elated that this day has come, at least for Tupac's case.
Former police detective Greg Kading worked on the case and believes Davis talked too much publicly about what happened the night Tupac was killed. He wrote a book called...
So they did it again. You can't run from yourself because you'll kill somebody and spend the rest of your life doing interviews alluding to the fact that you did it. They all do this. So you folks don't want to accept that either there's a spiritual and or sub-psychological component about yourself that will always reveal the things that you believe are wrong, criminal, I guess. And that's what I guess they were out doing. I haven't seen it, but I know how they all get down, especially nowadays. They go everywhere talking about everything, getting caught up with charges. They dry snitching is what they used to call it on the streets, like Tommy says. So just keep giving everyone interviews, keep talking about all the bad shit you did, and wonder why they're going to come put you in prison. This is why a lot of times I don't speak on certain things just because I don't know what their bullshit limitations are and not, and I'm not going to get caught up in legal process. Everybody does wrong at some point in their life. Faithfully, everybody repents and reforms and does better. In which case, you go to God with that shit, and you leave it alone. Because they're not going to help you. Vlad TV's not going to help you. Keefe's uncle not going to help you. So,
and millions of people loved him.
Your priest is not going to help you either, Timmy. Okay, don't go to the confessional box and tell him you killed Tupac. He's going to get right on the phone. Call his friend, the DA, where he gets all his children from. I'm not going to get into it. Thoughts?
Peter Pogo, save the children.
Right. Yeah, where's Snafu been? All your people been rather quiet lately. All the various beta males from other pathetic channels been fairly quiet lately. I hear they're making videos about me more than ever, but I won't go and watch them. Sure, I'll laugh at them. I won't be upset, but I just don't want to give them any time, energy, attention. I just want them to fail and do better and be better. You can't learn to win till you learn to lose first. You can't learn to live till you learn to die. So a lot of you folks need to kill off the version of yourself you have now, let a new version flower, and then you'll find new success in your life when you accept your failure. Understand why it's happening. Excuse me?
You're referring to me?
Yeah, European. I'm just bullshitting. Your boy, your people. I do that with Jennifer too. She always goes, "What do you mean, my boy?" I go, "Your boy Flow State, right?" I'll say to her, "Your boy Flow State's on live again with 15 people watching, talking his horrible shit." And then she'll laugh and then go, "What do you mean, my boy?" And I go, "You know how I do that. I fuck whatever. That's your boy."
That's a New York thing, dude.
It is. Everybody who you don't like or you think is a jerk off becomes your boy, right? Somehow. It's not my guy, it's your boy.
Just making sure we're on the same level there.
Well, no, and that's indirectly how you take temperatures, right? Because you're out and about and you go, "Yeah, your boy Flow State was over there." As soon as they go, "It ain't my boy," you already know where you're at. You know what I mean? But if they don't respond to that, then maybe you're dealing with somebody who's cool with them. So maybe you get away from them too.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I also do it just to fuck with people. Like with Jennifer, I know she thinks all these people are insane. She's starting to question my sensibilities. Just being around them and interacting with them. So I do it to fuck with her. I go, "Yeah, your boy Talcott's on there, rubbing his knees, yelling holy, telling us we're going to save the world while he can't pay his rent." But what do you mean, my boy? I go, "I'm doing it again."
I have like a monthly little thing with the wife when she'll let me know.
It's been a whole month since she's had an orgasm. Yeah, I've seen that before.
No, not that.
It's been a month, Tammy. Could you get on that?
Nah, not that. When she's like, "Yo, why are you talking to those retards so much?" And I'm like, I gotta remind her, like, "Yo, even if there's like a lot of bullshit, that there's a lot of value at the same time in these conversations. It's mental judo." So I gotta remind her that, but it's hard.
Yeah, no, you got to remind her of her program and position. You're not here to question me, goofy bitch. And I say that with the utmost respect for your wife, of course.
Yeah, I do.
You got to remind her, "Hey, listen, I got a whole list of people, including your mother probably, who got a bunch of questions for like why we're together, why you have a child by me, why I look like a small-headed person, but say I'm Italian, a whole bunch of questions. We're not going to get into it, okay? You're not here to fucking question me and bust my balls. Go find something to do. The same way I found something to do, talk to these retards, go find something to do. Because it's a slippery slope. Between her asking you once a month why you do whatever the fuck you do to it becoming, if you don't stop doing that, then there's going to be consequences.
It is what it is. It's funny you mentioned her mama thing. It's like I'm having to be her mama's daddy since they're having.
It's always the way.
Family thing, divorce nonsense. So, I got my woman going, "Is this how all men are?" And I'm having to be like, "No, it's not," over and over. But it is what it is.
Right. At some point, it should become clear if you are the glaring difference between the rest of these slaves and a man of honor and quality and discernment. So they will come to look at you and what you do as an asset and an honor to be with, rather than constantly questioning why you do what you do, because apparently there's some method to your madness. I mean, she may have a point, because this thing has an addictive quality. So if she's coming to you with genuine concern because she sees you more and more stuck to a screen, fucking off with jerk offs, there might be something to look at there, because you might be able to do more with yourself in your own life and with them than playing on here. But you get what I'm saying. You get it. I know you get it. So I don't have to explain nothing to you. I'm talking mostly for the benefit of other people watching.
Bet.
All right, what do we got in slave news? Coming up on the 4th hour. I ain't going over 4. It's not happening. Those days are over. I'm getting tired in my old age. Can't yell and scream and do truth. I can't do information like I used to. Oh man, Iraqi villagers living in fear because Turkey's intensifying strikes. Right. We got Russian strikes too. It's weird. It's like they're purposely trying to start World War III. I don't know. Let's go to it. Okay. It's horrible narration, and they're reminding me. Let me get to this before I forget, because I did tell them to remind me. They're obsessed about these retards. Let's cover this. Cover it. Okay. These people are operatives, or they're insane people, in which case they're still operatives because they have public platforms, and you're all like idol worshipers. Not you all, but the ones who it applies to. Don't do the whole I'm talking to everyone thing. So you need to stop that. If you're doing it, you need to stop it because it's bad for you. Santos Bonacci is a dick. Okay. He wants to blame all of these people at the top for what all you slaves at the bottom keep funding and creating. I'm not into it. He wants to promote violence and murders happening that he's not going to carry out himself. He's an idiot. Okay. He's trying to rile up people out there who are schizophrenic and disenchanted and disillusioned, disempowered, to carry out something that then they can blame the rest of everyone for and bring in more slavery. So if I were you people, and I'm not, a lot of you I'm thankful for. Again, this is not everyone. This is for the people that it matters for. You need to cut this nonsense out. Unsubscribe. Get away from them. Go take a fucking walk like Joe Biden off the side of a stage or off a fucking ramp to a plane. Just fall off the side if you have to. Go get a fucking ice cream cone like Joe Biden. Go fuck some broad like the old days. We're getting to a point where just going back to 1950 is like another world in the right direction. So go get a motorcycle, build it, ride around with a leather jacket looking like Pony Boy, fuck some underage bitches, Tommy style, like Illuma Tommy, like James Dean would have. He'd been proud. Let's be real about it. We saw what was going on there. They were telling you indirectly. James Dean kind of like, and the rest of them like Happy Days riding up to the high school. Pretty sure that was in there. You remember your boy Matthew McConaughey said he just rides up to the high school because the women stay the same age. So we're at such a fucked up point now where just going back to that is like way better than killing babies, fucking them, men dressing up like women and convincing the children to do it and strip for pedophiles and all the rest of it. Okay. Of course, there's a bit of a bit non-bit there. I'm not necessarily promoting riding up to the high school. Just kind of saying that the more we change, the more we stay the same. And the only change you see happening is corruption and degradation and deviance. And if it was bad at one point, it's gotten way worse. It's really what I'm communicating there. So, yeah, stop with the Santos Bonacci creatures and the rest of the yellow skin, dark circle eyes, bitter, angry, hateful, resentful, disempowered, conspiracy theorists in quotes. Doesn't mean it's not real. Of course, you hear how I talk here. You see what I put together. I make the connections. Do I sit and obsess and fixate and fantasize about doing violence I'm not going to carry out and promote other people do it for me? No, I don't. Because I'm not an operative. I'm not an agent. I'm not a plant. And I'm not a dumbass. Okay? So if your boy Santos Bonacci doesn't get himself picked up by international authorities over the next 6 to 8 months to a year or more, he's an operative and an agent, because you can't get on these communications and advocate that people kill officials and not receive charges. It's never going to happen, as far as I'm concerned. Can't tell you objectively what wouldn't happen, but I'm not buying it. So either these people like Alex Jones were always feds and informants and plants, or they became feds, informants, and plants, or they became just completely insane and disconnected from reality and the consequences of what they're saying and doing, promoting for others. So I know you folks want to gather around the screen and jump up and down and with the torch and pitchfork energy and support this shit, because you like it. You like when the voice for the voiceless who has a platform just really gets in the rah-rah. But what does it all amount to at the end of the day? You folks ain't going to kill officials, nor should you. He's not going to do it because he's a punk-ass bitch and or doesn't want to be a criminal, which is probably smart of him. And he's just angry that his whole family and community and friends and everyone else in this world, the majority of them, have chosen slavery and genocide. That's a you problem, bro. It's not you or I or anyone else's problem or issue that everyone else wants to choose slavery and genocide. I don't care how you feel about it. You got to accept it. That's the truth of the reality and life on life's terms. Everyone has their walk and their journey. Everyone has their choice. All you can do is live the information, give them an opportunity through experience to change, and if not, surrender the rest. You might need a little more true faith, Santos. I'm not interested in your number counting and your cave paintings and the planet watching and all the rest of it. It amounts to nothing. And don't kid yourself. This is one, an attempt to whip people up like they do all the time, whether it's direct or indirect, because they just need unhinged people who are going through real shit. They don't necessarily need direct plants. What was the second one? It was a second option that I wanted to reveal there, Timmy. Well, no matter. I think you get the point. It's all the same shit over and over again. So you'll embody what freedom is and what it looks like, and you'll live that, and you'll surrender the rest, or you'll cycle in confusion and insanity and bitterness and hatred, and you'll wish vengeance and retribution on folks who are already weak and cowardly and disempowered and just using a system to try to equalize. Right? So this is why I really don't give much time, energy, attention to what I characterize as infidels. And I don't mean religious dogmatics by any means. I mean folks who don't seem to have a complete connection with that force and an ability to comport and conduct himself in a way that is honorable and presentable. You don't really pursue self-mastery. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Don't kid yourself. A lot of these folks are irrelevant at this point. They can't number count and watch cave paintings enough and talk about political archetypes enough to stay in the conversation, because I don't know if you noticed, but the floor is moving on what our accountability and responsibility is. So folks are going back less and less to the same watering holes that they were drawing from. Right? And that's all that is. So it's partially, I believe, plant and or complete organic dysfunction based on obvious events, which is predictable, and or it's an attempt to maintain relevancy and to stay in a conversation and to have folks talking about you and going all over promoting you and getting everybody back into your old work. A lot of these people do this. That's what their game is, and they're never going to go to prison, because when the cops get them, they're going to go, oh, I was just talking online. I'm a character. I do entertainment broadcasts. And I don't really do anything, and I got all the licenses, and I pay the slave tax and all the rest of it. Well, 9 out of 10 of these truther anarchist folks telling you to do violence for them live by beast system slavery day to day in their life. Completely fund it, promote it, live by it. And then when you speak to them about it, they ignore you or cast you out because they know you're one who can expose them for being grifters. So just keep watching and listening. Keep focusing on all their various works, literary achievements, while the majority of them do little to nothing in the world to change anything, and then promote that we do violence, equalize with folks doing violence. I'm not going to do that. Be very careful who you give your time, energy, attention, emotional investments to, because they'll mislead you from all sectors. Go ahead, Timmy, if you got thoughts. Turkey's bombing.
I mean, it's just the usual. I'm a fucking broken record. I mean, like, people want to say, oh, the Vatican is trafficking children. Like, I get it. I also agree that that's not good. But again,
you're a bunch of cunts. That's what you are. You're a bunch of cunts. And you're over in the Vatican and you're doing pedophile behavior. And I think everyone else out there should start killing people. Right. Great stuff.
Guard your children. I don't even like using that word. Guard your sons and daughters. First of all, have sons and daughters if you want to solve that problem, and then guard them. And then be a fucking man. And then create community. And make homeschool. And retain your property and your rights.
I'm tired of punk ass bitches who never fucking held a gun and never did nothing and never were involved talking about what should be done. Tired of you on the internet. You know, how's the song go? You never poke nothing, never pop nothing, stop fronting. You've never been in that position, never been around people in that position. You never went to war and you got no business talking about any of that behavior. So I don't buy it. You know, and if they put you in the right position, they're going to see the bitch in you come out real quick. I got a feeling. I don't know. I can't prove it, but I got a feeling. I'm pretty good at this reading game. You know, when you're around people in those positions doing those things, you got to learn to read on the spot. That's how I got good at it. Because if you don't learn to read on the spot, there's immediate consequences. You don't know what somebody's thinking, what they're feeling, what they're going to do next. You can't make a pretty good determination, and you say just the wrong thing or do just the wrong thing, you're going to have consequences. So when you come up in that world, in that environment, you start to see people for who and what they really are and what the next move is. And you start to see through a lot of what they speak and what they show into who they are and what they do and don't do. You know, so don't believe the hype. That's all I could tell you. Because you'll wind up caught up 10, 20 years with prison time, and you'll be saying, Santos Bonese did a broadcast one day, got me in my feelers, and had me acting out of character. All right. Well, do a couple more, Timmy. A couple more slave news. British police. I want to see how they get down. Armed man suspected of plotting school shooting. They showed up and shot him. So let's see how this went. Love police videos now.
Audio's low.
Low, Tim. Low audio. All right, let's fast forward because I got low audio. People just want to see slaves get shot anyway. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah.
Oh. Wait a second. Are they actually going to full on hiring actual demons to do policing now? They just completely went past people and now they're recruiting actual demons. I don't know if you're hearing that on your end, but
I hear that.
Shocking.
You're doing that to protect his identity?
Guys going to get some air? I want to go on a jog. I feel like this is a good time for some cardio. You want to get more equipment? All right, I guess they're going to treat him. Terrible video. They got to get better at filming over there, British police. American police, you see them kill him from 10 different angles. You hear everything. Like, throw a gun on him. Case closed.
Sprinkle some crack on him. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. What's that? I think there's some fentanyl right over there. Well, that settles that. That's what they're going to do to me one day. They're going to gun me down for no license, and then they're going to sprinkle fentanyl on me like George Floyd. They're going to just tuck it in my pocket. And then people will completely ignore everything else that happened and go, Paulie was on the fentanyl again. He was George Floyded out. They won't put up murals of me like they did George Floyd, where he was an angel with wings and shit. They're never going to do that for me. I'll never get that kind of treatment. No one's ever going to politicize my death the way they would George Floyd. You know, pink men with brown spots don't get that kind of coverage. Getaway driver drags teen suspect. What? Oh. Getaway driver drags cop after teen suspect hops in back seat. Well, let's check this out.
Ready?
Interesting.
Where you going, bud? Come here. Come here. Come here. Stop walking away. Stop walking away. Come here.
Any chance he just wants to hang out and
Hands out
talk?
your pocket. Hands out your pocket. 5092. Go like this. You got anything on you, man? No. Stop running. He's running towards 114 in regalia. White t-shirt. Red shorts. He's running north on 113 from regalia.
Kevin's way of saying all the suspects are black. We come a long way from Andy Griffith. Some coded lingo there, Kevin. I see what you're doing. Oh, this guy's gone.
He's already too tired. This cop.
East Side Kinsman.
He's already at home with his feet up.
He's trying to get picked up right now. Cranberry, let go. That's a car. Flip on it. It's dragged my partner.
Yeah, let me get a number one. Large fry. Sir, why are you out of breath? Oh, no big deal.
116.
It's the same footage.
The second body cam.
You're onto him again.
It's the second body cam.
Yeah, Timmy, try to keep up. This is the white guy who went to the track meets. Kept up with the brothers. I mean, you almost never see a cop run down an African-American man. It just doesn't happen.
Oh, he just put the afterburners on.
Yeah, he's just playing with them. Oh, the zigzag. The juke and the zigzag. Oh, the cars where he's going to... Yeah, see? Oh, man, a dragging event.
Wow.
Jesus. He's gone. Yep.
Wow.
So there you go. A little bit of reparations. They used to drag African Americans around in the back of the car. Now we drag white policy enforcement around. What are you going to do? I can't comment on it.
I advise you to not comment on it.
Thank you, Timmy. I appreciate your counsel as always. Timmy, keeping me in line here, keeping the legal teams off my back. A little bit of dead silence just to kind of recenter, refocus. All right, what else do I have here? Oh, yeah, Russia approaching endgame as Kharkiv is bombed. So they're bombing over there. I don't know what endgame means. Maybe they're going to stop bombing, but I think they want to. Some folks say they want to start World War III. Hunter Biden pleads not guilty, federal gun charges. So they got Hunter up to something with guns, apparently. Well, he's not because he's not guilty, he says. Allegedly. Brian O'Shea, what do you got for us? I'm going to start to wrap up soon. You guys got to get ready for Jack Talcott anyway, so.
Yeah. Sounds like a great time. I got my homework assignment. The 10 10 good things,
Go
10 bad
ahead,
things.
give them to me. 10 strengths and weaknesses. The man's performing the exercise is good to see. Let's hear. What do you got? We'll start with one side. Strengths and weaknesses. Where do you want to start?
We'll start with strengths.
Which category is longer?
Well, I thought you wanted me to do 10 of each, and then you were anticipating that do the 10
Which category did you find most difficulty filling out with 10?
I think it was doing the good stuff. I ran into a hiccup.
I could have guessed that, right? You got a long list of shitty qualities you believe about yourself, and probably a shorter list of strengths that you see in yourself. And I think that translates a lot of time in your interaction is your belief about yourself, if that makes sense. Let's go ahead and let's hear the list.
All right. So here's the 10 good things I wrote down. We could go one for one too. The first one I wrote that I'm good at writing. I just said I have skills, and this is motivating me to do it more. Just doing this exercise, reminding me. We could go do one bad one.
All right, now let's go ahead and just take that right off the list of good things because I've heard your jokes. You're a horrible writer, so cross that one out. Again, I mean, I'm here to help you cultivate a healthy sense of self and actualize and realize, but I'm not going to lie to you. So I have no reason to believe that first positive quality is true, but you can keep that if you want. I'm going to cross that out on my side.
All right. Sounds fair. All right. The second one is, fuck. This now kind of leads. It says I say I'm good at stand-up comedy, but I don't know if I'm not good at writing.
Okay, we're gonna. That's number 2. I'm gonna have to go ahead and cross out on my side. This is gonna be like Battleship in a way. You already sunk my battleship almost. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cross that one out because, as I said, I'd be lying if I continued on. I did say in the first one, you're a horrible writer, and the comedy's, a bit lackluster. So I think there's a lot of potential there. I think the fact that you can get on stage is the most important part, and I think that you got a way about you, right? I don't know what else to put it, and I think that the writing ability is there. To be completely fair, I think that if you really worked it, your vocabulary, you worked the language, you worked your material, I definitely think that there's something there. So I'm not going to be too much of an asshole for the bit non-bit, right? I'll accept the first 2. Okay, you got something going with your mind, the way that it thinks literally, because I've seen that with you, and you have something when it comes to the on stage thing. If you don't have it now, you've had it in the past, which means you could have it again. You probably just gotta refocus or realign somewhere. Go ahead, number 3. We're going to the top 10 list on the Today Show. Top 10 list of qualities for Brian O'Shea. Okay, number 3 on the top 10 list. Let's have it.
All right, number 3. I said I'm good at hiking, swimming, jujitsu. I'm good at these physical things.
Really, we're gonna do this. You're gonna make me say this. Hiking is code for blowjobs with you. We know that you're horrible at anything that requires physicality. I'm gonna guess. I can't prove that. What's your metric for being great at those things? Do you ever compete, like with the best of the best, to know how good you are at getting blowjobs on the side of a hiking trail, and or giving them rather?
Well, these are things when I'm like doing them. Like when I've been consistent with hiking, like I get good at it. Consistent swimming. When I go to jujitsu all the time,
So walking, that's just another term for walking. So you're basically adding walking to the list of good qualities. The list is going to drop off after like number 3 or 4, I'm guessing. Because number 3 on the list of good qualities is I'm good at walking when I put my mind to it. What were the other ones?
All right. Number 4 is being friendly and polite to people on moving jobs. Oh shit, I'm full screen. Fuck.
What's wrong with full screen? You're a comedian.
Fucking
All right, so one of your positive qualities is that you're cordial and courteous. That could work for you. That could work against you. I'd have to see it situationally. All right, go ahead. Number 5. Am I correct? Number 5?
Number 5. I'm good
Top 10 qualities, Brian O'Shea. Number 5. Go.
Yeah, I'm good at talking to strangers, starting
Oh
conversations.
yeah, you're like horrible at that. I mean, we witnessed that. You chased away 2 fat, ugly women who were drunk, begging for dick. You have no one else to hang out with other than Mitchell and Snafu Snaps, 2 of the worst communicators we've ever met. So water usually seeks its own level. You have a potential there. I've seen it. This is the thing with you. I've seen times where you're great at all these things, and these are positive qualities, and I've seen times where you've kind of missed the mark. So I think it's a personality thing. It's a belief thing. It's an esteem thing. I don't think it's a lack of these qualities. So I'm going to be an asshole and a dick for the bit, but I'm also going to say I have seen some of these things at times with you when you're centered and you're in your groove. You know. Go ahead. Number 6.
All right. I'm good at being a bridge to connect 2 people. What?
Is that some kind of sexual position or something? What do you?
Well, the way I look at it, it's
you like, are you indirectly saying you're into double penetration? What are you saying exactly there?
Well, I'm saying, like, it kind of goes back to starting conversations with strangers, and then, like, I don't know how to put it, like, but it kind of overlaps because, like, even if I'm in the grocery store and I start a conversation with someone, usually a third person will join in, and now I've connected these 2 who end up talking to each other. That's like a small example, but like.
Okay, so you fashion yourself as somewhat of at least a willing and able facilitator and conduit for conversation and truth. Okay, I could see that. I resonate with that.
Yeah.
Like Jeffrey and Allie.
Yes, absolutely. A willing conduit.
Oh, yeah. Bridge.
A cucking conduit, if you will. Go ahead, sir. Number 7, list of Brian O'Shea, world famous comedian, top 10 positive qualities. Number 7, go.
All right, I said I'm good at being kind in general when I'm at my best. So I don't know. That's kind of.
Wasn't kind already on. Are you double using them now? Are you?
I think I was thinking.
You're trying to fill the whole 10.
Fuck. Yeah, I had a hard time filling it up, so double dipping there.
Yeah. All right. Number 8.
Number 8, I'm good at reading and comprehension.
Even you're laughing at that because you're having a hard time reading back your own statements on the paper. So how you could have the balls to throw on the list that you're good at reading and comprehension when you can barely get across your own list, I'm not going to necessarily accept that out of hand. That might be our first one that we officially completely have to take off the list. The reading and the comprehension could use some work. So throw it on a list of negative qualities. You're borderline illiterate. Go ahead. Number 9, list of positive qualities. Go.
I put down that I'm intuitive.
I'll accept that. Go ahead. Somewhat. There's always another part of the conversation we can have, but given the choices between you and a seasick crocodile, I'll pick you. And of course, that's code for flow state and the rest of the swamp dwelling creatures. Go ahead, Mr. Grinch.
I'm good at Mr. Grinch. I'm good at reading others' moods. So I guess that goes back to.
Well, yeah, that's true. You knew that fucking Allie wanted to blow you when Jeffrey said it was never going to happen, but half wanted to see it happen. So you saw right through that.
Right.
That's never getting old, huh, Shay? The whole Annie blowjob thing. It's never getting old.
It's never not funny. You know?
Right. Okay. Now let's go to the list of negative qualities.
All right, 10 things I'm not good at. 1, confrontation and remedy from conversation. So I guess.
Absolutely, you bitch ass.
Agreed.
Thank you. Finally. Well, it's a double-edged sword. I said something you guys agree with, but it's a negative. All right.
We're supporting you.
Oh, okay. All right. Number 2, relationships with women, talking to women. I'm not good at it. I don't think.
Yeah, but this is the thing. You made it about things you're good at and not good at. I said qualities about self. So, like, that would have to take a sort of a broader conceptualization in the sense of what is it you perceive you're not good with women about? Is it conversation? Is it interpreting their misunderstandings of themselves or you? Is it, which is part of conversation, is it figuring out what type of rope that you're going to use to tie them down in order to keep them stationary so you can have sex with them? You know, what are we, give me the details more of like, what's the qualification? Like, what could you work on the most when it comes to interacting with women?
I think a lot of it goes back to the confidence, and then a lot of it's going to also go back to like knowledge of self. Like a lot of things I'm not good at or I don't understand, it's because I don't have knowledge of self, right? So, or what else? Like or if I don't have confidence, then when I'm talking to a woman, it's just she could smell that, and if there's desperation attached to it, like you're just kind of fucked right off the get-go. So.
All right, we've spoken about the smell of urine before, so I'm not going to bring that into this conversation, that it might be partial desperation, partial aged urine that she's smelling on you. We've talked about that, so I'm not going to bring it up. Yeah, again, this is circling the drain oftentimes on the same conversation, that you're on some type of a journey for yourself, like we all are, it seems. You just seem to be more aware of it, that you're not really who and what you could be. And you're kind of trying to finding your groove, right? Your process, your procedure. So I think that that's what kind of builds more of that, is when you do day after day for a certain amount of time of, this is who I am, this is my day, this is what it looks like, this is what I'm about, and this is what I love to do that I'm good at or I'm going to get better at. And then you kind of develop that confidence in self and that knowledge of self. And then it would seem to me you share that and you take that to relationships. So, yeah, man, I mean, I think it's a process. It's a time thing. And I think that part of it is you lived a whole life at one point that you may have bought into, and then you became aware that it wasn't as real. So now you're kind of off balance and off center. And I think that's what creates that lack of confidence, is when you have a vision of reality, you buy in, you live by that, you get some results, and you become aware that a whole bunch of other stuff is there that may not be what you thought it was. So I think that that's part of the process to sort of humble you and give you a sense of humility of just doing better and being better before that creational force. And then at some point that will translate to, when you have a process and procedure and a day after day down, confidence and knowledge in self that will project outward into your interactions and conversations with men and women, right? And it doesn't mean you'll lose your politeness and your kindness. You'll just have that edge that you've been known for in the past without the dysfunction, so to speak, which again is subjective, because a lot of the times I believe you're doing a bit non-bit when you're doing certain things when you used to, and I wasn't necessarily completely down on it, you know, but I'm a fan of controversy and conflict in a sense at times, if it's controlled and for a reason and it leads somewhere, metaversally. But yeah, I've watched it with you where you do the pendulum swing, and there's going to be faithfully a middle ground that you settle on at some point where you see both sides, and then you kind of move in between, and then at times stay neutral. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, it's just it's hard to look. It's not hard. It's, I guess, a skill that has to be learned, or an ability that has to be cultivated, to look at oneself and to make something of it, and then language it out for other people to get something out of it, you know? So yeah, I mean, what is your, forget about the list, fuck the list. What's your day-to-day looking like at this point, if you're willing to talk about it?
To be honest with you, just right off the top, like I'm probably not working enough, or if I do, I'll make money and then take days off and then let the money go low. Like it's an ongoing pattern for years now, you know. So especially with the job I have, so that's kind of a thing. But day to day, it's been a lot in my head, a lot thinking a lot. I've been I've been sleeping in the mountains lately, which isn't weird or new. Like sleeping in a tent, and that's like been an experience in itself. Like just fucking not sleeping in the car and sleeping in that tent. Even though I didn't do it last night, but I have been doing it for like, I don't know, maybe a week or two, a week for at least, like sleeping in a tent every night and then coming to the city and doing work like when my money got low. But day to day, to be honest with you, man, I'm really not doing enough. It's really too much YouTube time. Like I'm smoking weed again. Sometimes that could be hand in hand. Where I smoke weed, I do too much YouTube, I eat too much. So that's been kind of in there too lately. Like to tell you what I've been up to daily lately.
Yeah, I mean, do you see the value of creating and or joining something where you have to be there every day with no options? Because you're telling me it's a pattern of you work and then you get money and then you wait for it to get low to work again. So regardless of having money or not, working or not, you're revealing that there's a pattern, an issue with you with commitment and dedication and discipline and will. So for me, I had the same pattern for years. It wasn't about getting money and then waiting for it to get low. It was just about inability to conform to a process and procedure that took dedication, discipline, and will. You know, I wanted to have an easy way out at some point. And I recognized at some point the value of not living that way, and I started to practice that. So like I would tell you, walk to work every day if it's feasible, you know, a mile or two. Need the exercise anyway. Give yourself that challenge and that test. So you're already on the process by the time you're on the way to work. I'm doing what other people won't do because they prioritize pleasure and comfort. I'm prioritizing purpose. It's not about the money. It's about you versus you. Do you want to feel like a bitch because you can't be somewhere all day, every day, and have to learn to love what you do and be good at it and serve the people? Right? So for me at this point, knowing what I know about myself, if I had to start like you, I'd immediately go get a waiter job somewhere. And I'd go high up as I could get without it being out of my element and still make decent nightly cash. Right? This way you're not dealing with taxes and bullshit. Whatever you get is what you keep. You want to argue about reporting it or not, you figure out what you're going to do in that sense. But yeah, I would do that immediately. I'd try to find a place where I can make, you know, decent. I'm not going to work at fucking Long John Silver's or whatever the fuck. You know, somewhere in the middle. Italian restaurant or something. And I'm going to practice talking to people and being confident. It's all going to be about self-work and self-process. The money is secondary, if not third, if not fourth. This is what they never seem to get. They want everything to be motivated by the money. No, I'm going to motivate it by me being and doing better in all ways. I'm going to get 1,000 interactions a night, 100, whatever the fuck. I'm going to practice being confident and presentable and honor-able. You know, maybe if people are open to conversation, then I drop something on them if it's appropriate. If they're not into it, here's your fucking chicken cutlet. Can I get anything else? Practice service with a smile. People in this culture need to learn how to serve again and not see it as some demeaning position like all the cops. I don't do service, they'll tell me. I'm here to run everyone's life. No, you ain't. You're a piece of garbage. You're a public servant. If you think service is demeaning, then you're probably ungodly because we're here to serve that thing first and that truth. So cultivate an inner space where you learn to love service, where you can have interactions and practice presentable, honor-able conversation, and get some exercise. And the better you get at that, the better you'll get at making people laugh at times when it's appropriate. Because again, this is about discernment. A lot of people come there, they want the blooming onion. They don't want your fucking bits being worked out at the side of the table. I might be one guy at one point who wants to work a bit out at you. On another day, I'd say, dude, you're working material out. Get out of my face. Put the onion down and leave. So you learn to feel people out, you know, and be more intuitive, as you say. And you start to be able to tell walking up, oh, this guy's cool. He's going to be open to interaction. He's having a good time. I could play a little bit. I could learn more. You know, I could explore, you know, or this motherfucker looks miserable. I see the broad with him. She's miserable. Don't even get to doing it. Just do what you got to do and get the fuck out. You know, maybe show them a more loving energy to kind of take them out of their fucked up situation if possible, but you do it indirectly. Yeah, man. I mean, again, you could get on stage at these places. There's nothing stopping you from doing that to generate money and practicing your skills and abilities while doing it, and then finding openings in that world to do more comedy. It starts being a waiter. It ends with talking to them and saying, "Can I do bits here every Thursday and Friday? I'll waiter the rest of the day." You know, work it out, man. Why is everybody so like unable to fucking wheel and deal, which is something that you just learn to do? East Coast culture. And it doesn't mean manipulative, hustling somebody, trying to fuck them. It means just asking for what the fuck you want and need and getting it, you know, and then being and doing something for where that's not a mistake. You tell them, you know, you waiter fucking 6-8 hours a day, whatever you could get that you can handle. Maybe put a little bit extra on because you know you're going to bitch out. Give me 4 hours a day. No, that means you need 6. That means you get an 8-hour day. 6 of it's going to be waitering. 2 hours a night is going to be working material. But a month or two in, you should have a solid set that you could come to that guy and say, "Bro, could we do comedy night here?" He's either going to tell you you're a fucking jerk off, get out of my face, I got enough problems, or hey, I need something new and different around here. Set up the damn stage, get it all together, bring your mic, and now you got your own situation. Now you got a stage every Thursday and Friday night you could work in your home field. You know? I mean, dude, everything's available for you. The question is putting it together and making it happen. That's how I see it. You know, what's going on, Julian?
Not much. How's it going, man?
I'm blessed, sir. I can't really see it any other way. You know,
is my audio okay? You guys aren't like getting feedback?
Nah, you're good to go.
Cool. But O'Shea, the reason I wanted to come up here is because you guys were talking about that right now. And I just wanted to share my own personal experience. It sounds odd, but you watch Paul and Wizard and even Timmy. I don't know if you have a channel or not, Timmy, but you watch them do it every day. They provide a lot of value for free. They're not like charging for it. They're open to receiving any type of value back for perceived value or gained value by another party. If you went to like a comedy club or something and got a job as a waiter, doing something that's like maybe not the most fun, but then offering your comedy services for free, maybe on a slow night or something, dude, if that's like really your passion, I don't want to say I guarantee it, but I could see you like making that work and loving it and getting like a lot of value from it. So I encourage you to try it.
And you're good at it. Like I could fuck with you and pick you apart because it makes you uncomfortable, and that's kind of funny to people and to me in a way. But the reality of it is you have something with that, right? And if you work to just make your money and work on yourself as a joint venture, and then like he says, really work the material, I think, because you've already been there, man. You've been with the Kill Tony and them people. You had an interesting interaction. A lot of it is they want to do the same thing that I do with you because they see it on you. They want to do self-deprecating shit so they can make one-liners and have the crowd laugh, and you could be awkward and uncomfortable. You can either use that part of yourself and work that as a bit, but you have to have that part of yourself be put to the side, because your quality that I'm going to tell you, like mine, your biggest negative quality is self-doubt, right? Along with procrastination, you know, lack of will and discipline. That's me all of my life. So I was good at a lot of things. There's certain things I might have loved to do, but I didn't believe in myself and I didn't apply myself for a long enough time to start seeing results that I could be confident in and then start to build off that. So I just believe that most folks here are an aspect of me. Self is self, and a lot of the shit they're working with or working on is the same stuff I am or have, right? So yeah, again, I don't want it to always become the give Brian O'Shea advice hour, but that's what it sort of becomes, because the general energy that comes from you is you're not quite where you want or need to be in your life, and that's okay. You're at least willing to fucking be all the way real about shit. That's why I respect you. These bitch ass motherfuckers come on here in front of fireplaces and all the rest of it, ain't got a pot to piss in, and want to pretend and act. They want to pretend and act online and then can't get on the stage to do it. You can. And you keep it real on here where you don't have to, because you know you need to for yourself. And then you're willing to go on stage and willingly make a fool of yourself to brighten everybody's day and entertain yourself and others and maybe make a point. So I think if you really work the material and you start incorporating some of the observational stuff, philosophical stuff, you could be one of the people who, like a Carlin or one of those folks, right? But you're really going to have to work your brain, let your brain start working, work your mind. And I've seen it happen since you first come here, right? Your idea of reality and what's possible and what your role in it or how it all works, I think has expanded, right? Your consciousness or awareness has expanded. And I think with that process comes that shaky inner space at times that, and I think that you've kind of always dealt. You tell me where I'm wrong here too. I don't want to talk about you to you or about you without it being true. But I see a lot of that insecurity and that self-doubt. And I think part of that is because you don't have a willful discipline process where you can count on yourself every day. If you had that, you wake up and go, it's another day. I can count on me. I got to show up for myself and others. It's waiter in time. I'm going to serve these motherfuckers. I'm going to do it with a smile if I can muster it. Maybe give them a good word, like who and what I am and what I'm doing, make some decent fucking money and call it a day. And then by doing that over and over for a time, you start to get a grounding in what your reality could look like and then what it could be, right? Like what it is and then what it could be. Because I'm not necessarily telling anybody, while I believe in a work ethic, showing up every day as much as possible, serving, being the best at whatever you do, putting your all into it. I don't necessarily accept that everybody has to stay in that lane in whatever they do. They just take that ethic to the next thing they do, right? So it's a move to a move. But you got to have the inner space as somebody who's built for success. And that's going to require lack of self-doubt, lack of procrastination, and lack of diminished morale, right? Discipline and will. You got to say, and you got to find a reason that makes you show up all day, every day for whatever you're doing. Right. For me, it was personal growth and character. Your work and your career and how you do it is a reflection of your character and your ethic. So that's what got me motivated. Oddly enough, it wasn't the money. I just tired of being a dishonorable punk ass bitch. You want me to be really real about it, which I always am. I'm really not highly money motivated, bro.
Right. And then the thing is, the money comes on the back end, you know what I mean? Or you're
right.
more able to do what you love. Because I'm starting to understand what you're saying. Like I can envision going down this path or whatever.
The mistake every human makes in this society is showing up to their job to get the money. You show up to your job to get more stacking of credit and credibility for yourself and your character. So you better pick something you're good at that you love to do as much as possible. So that when you show up there, you're working as least as possible. Even if you're physically working harder, you love what you do and you see purpose in it. So it doesn't feel like you're working as hard, and you're working with people who see the same vision. You try to get yourself as much in those positions in life as possible. And then there's a base level of just, you got to do what you got to do to get it done. You got X amount of bills every month. There's a part of me that goes, I don't give a fuck about who I'm working with. I got to show up for me, if not others, and for my obligations and responsibilities. And, whatever you're happy with. If you're happy with the car and living on the mountaintop for now, then you apportion your responsibilities accordingly. You get a 4-hour-a-day job, 6 days a week, 5 days a week, and you put your all into it, and you do it for the reasons of developing character and self. You don't do it just to get the money, right? The money's just going to be able to take care of your fucking needs. But what's your most important need? To be the best version of you in all things that you do? Motherfucker can't do that if he's self-doubting, procrastinating, undisciplined, and unwillful. Just can't happen. So again, that's what got me walking to work when I don't want to walk nowhere. That's what got me showing up 6 days a week when I want to work 4. That's what got me staying 8 to 10 hours when I want to do 6 at best. You get what I'm saying? And then the whole time I'm working, my whole process is watching the rest of these bitch ass motherfuckers fail and going, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to. That's what drives me. Healthy competition. I watch this guy come in drunk, fall off the truck. I go, ha ha ha, that's why I don't go out, bitch ass motherfucker. I watch this guy show up. He's whining and crying and moping over his girlfriend at home. I say, that's why I practice detachment. And I understand what I'm dealing with when I come into it, so I don't get tricked out of position. I'm here to work. I'm not here to mope over a goofy bitch at home who's trying to take power games over me. You should be happier at work and not out gangbanging and drug dealing. So again, every little fucking move that's made, you can call me a toxic person. I go, you dropped the ball right there. You had a total opportunity to be and do something better, and you dropped the ball over and over again. I watch you do it for 8 months, and I don't do it once. That's what fuels me, doing and being better, perfecting myself, not falling for the same shit that every other loser failure around me keeps falling into, the same holes and pretending like it was an accident.
Yeah.
Wanting to leave work to go home to the same bitch they're arguing and fighting with on the phone. Makes no sense. You could be getting more money and bettering yourself in your position. Instead, you want to run home to fight and argue and have her spend up that money. Makes no fucking sense. Do you want to be a successful man in all ways, not just monetarily, or do you want to be some trick and some hoe in life? Constantly getting tricked out of position and getting hoed up for some corporation and not knowing your own worth and your own ethic.
Yeah, you're right, man. I know this does tend to happen where it's focused on. That's why I want to maybe.
Nah, fuck it. I got something for you. O'Shea, like, do you think you're a great comedian in your heart?
Well, not at the moment, but I've just had experiences where when I do go consistently and I get the timing, like I have something, but I just feel like I don't have the writing though. I don't have the, like I have it, but I don't have the actual.
No, you have all the potential and what you need, but you're not working it like a full-time job. What makes you think a comedian like anyone else is going to be great at what they do and successful if you don't live it and breathe it, Ryan?
Yeah.
So I don't know what that's going to take for you, but you're going to have to move into a space where whatever you do, you put your all into. If it's going to be comedy, you get the next 6 months on the mountaintop, working here and there to cover your basic needs, and you're working the damn material and your mind and your inner space, and you're jumping on these platforms to get out of your comfort zone. What do you think I do here half the time, doing bits, non-bits, and acting like a clown? I'm jumping out of my comfort zone so I can own the room instead of the room own me. See, once you flip it from the beginning, it's a lot easier to maintain that. You know what I'm talking about, that feeling of the walls closing in on you. You know what the fuck I'm talking about, being a comedian, being on stage. You got to practice that skill, man. Every time you walk out there like a warrior, your sword comes out and you're back to business. They can't tell you nothing. You know, your material's sharp. It's something a little bit different. You know, it's a little bit introspective and reflective because you're sitting with it. You're sitting with yourself. You know what I'm saying? You start to observe more about yourself and others. So your comedy takes on a more observational approach at times, where you're just kind of speaking the obvious that most people aren't looking at or they're not speaking about. You're generating an interaction. You know what I'm talking about. So you just may not have that heart in the right place. You got to get your heart in the right place, like they say. And you got to put your all into whatever you do. If you love this comedy thing and you know you got something, what you do, then you need to put your all into it and really work it and see what the fuck it has to offer, because you can't be afraid to fail and afraid to succeed. You know, there's a good chance that you'll find a modicum of success, if not make it big, whatever that means to you, if you really work this and put your all into it. You know, if you could pay your bills doing comedy, you're way ahead of the game, and it's definitely there for you. The opportunity's there. I would say. I wouldn't see why not. There's a whole bunch of other hacks and jerk-offs who do it all day, every day, either on this screen or somewhere else. There's no reason you can't do what they do and more.
Yeah. I was going to say you should give me daily homework assignments, but then I was like, fuck that. I don't want it. But I don't
You
know
need a daddy. That's what it is. You want a daddy. Do I have to adopt you from the SPLS officially?
Oh, my God.
Go ahead. Just send me the certificate. I think I'm going to get the 60 cents a day up for you.
No, at least I've experienced being disciplined. So I just got to tap back into it.
Right. How much of your time, energy, attention do you spend when you're smoking that dope, looking up how to be and do better in life, in all ways? How to, you know, what does a successful mind and heart look like? You could sit there and listen to fucking books on tape. Somebody will have something like Talcott, Napoleon Hill. He'll have a few things for you if you listen to it and take suggestions and play with your consciousness and apply yourself differently. And change your consciousness, you'll change your life. You just have to believe it and you have to see it and then do it. and then you'll get the results at some point. That's been my experience. I can't tell anyone else what it is. You know, our problem is we think that everybody else and wherever they're at is better than us, right?
Nah.
You come here and on some level you go, oh, Paulie's funnier. He's better looking. He's probably a better love maker. He's definitely more well received. I mean, he's got a bigger, well, I could go through the list of things that you probably think subconsciously about me. I'm kidding, Brian O'Shea. I'm being a dick. The point is we go everywhere. We think, oh, we see this person. Oh, man, look at them. They're doing better than us. They're more successful. They're able to own the room. And they never ask that person how many fucking decades they spent in a hole, broken, researching, trying to put the pieces back together, trying to come up with an honorable, presentable day that they could just get down in order to not continue to harm themselves or others. So that's what fucks us up. We don't see the whole process with people, and we take certain things for granted, and we lose belief in ourselves. You really work yourself in your life and this comedy like a process and like a job every day, all day, you will get results. It's just going to be about time at that point, you know? And I'm sure you, like you said, you have an intuition and a spirit. When you're sitting there smoking dope, there's something inside of you that's saying, go look at this. Go look at that. Go look at this. Go look at that. When you go start following that thing, you're going to get little pieces to what you need along the way. That's what I found for me. I can't tell you about you.
But you gotta believe in yourself first. I know it sounds Talcadian, but like there's no way around that. Like you can't. There's nothing you can do to like externalize that fact. That's what I found. I have to first be like, yo, I can fucking do this, and then I do it. And then
I believe in Brian O'Shea more than I believe in a lot of folks that come here. I'll tell you that right now. He's gonna pick up another momentum right at some point because it's already happened to him in the past. It's just that again the foundation was weak. I believe I can't tell anybody about them. I believe the foundation, like most people, was weak because there's a whole bunch of beliefs that have to go away. Once you get used to them beliefs gone and a new you and a new life, there's a new momentum. There's new opportunities. So I see that in the works, right? And again. There's a lot of other folks here who come here who show you every day they got it way worse off than you because you can conduct yourself. You can be introspective and reflective. You can say to yourself and others, I want to do and be better. And then it's just going to be about applying yourself and sticking to them principles. That's why I do this with you. You know, I talk a whole bunch of shit, but the reality of it is I do see certain potentials in most people, you know, like how I could use them for them to be better. Where I could go, if I was you, here's what I would do. And I would say over 6 months to a year, your life's going to be completely different in certain ways. You know, but the hard part is getting folks to believe me that I could know what's good for them better than they could when their best thinking got them wherever they're at. You know, it's like Talcott syndrome. He won't ever take my suggestions because he's pretty sure he's got life figured out, but his best thinking got him here. Wanting everything that I have, essentially. You know, they want the freedom to be able to do and be whoever they are, what they're good at, what they love, make a living, be financially free and independent, and not be a cowardly slave at the end of the day, following the dictates of other men. What men don't want all that? I'll wait.
Yeah, man, I feel like I want to like drop down because I don't want to take up too much of the time. I want to.
Yeah, I know you're over it. I got you.
No, I'm not over it. I really appreciate it.
I love you, brother.
I love you too, man.
I see potential in you, Brian, and I see something in you that I don't see in many other folks that come here, which is a willingness to do better and be better, and an apprehension for certain truths, common sense in certain ways, right?
Yeah. I feel like I've done waiter jobs in the past, but in hindsight,
you always quit though.
Yeah, and you kind of get caught up in the money, and you're not, and you kind of know you could be better at it. Be like, oh, why should I be better at it? But it's not to be a better waiter and know their fucking menu. It's like what you're talking. You know what I mean? Like you can develop yourself, and you can get skills from it in a way too. Or just there's a lot.
Bro,
of positive
you've never been at the store, as silly as it sounds. Because let's really get into it. How stupid it is. It sounds silly. You never been in a store. Happens to me all the time nowadays. I go, hey, bro, What's this, this, and this? You got two kind of jerk offs. The guy who goes, this ain't my department, and or it is, and I don't give a fuck, and I don't know, and he runs off and acts like he's gonna go get someone. Then there's the guy who knows every fucking piece of that place, and you're like I almost get turned on. I go, man, you take this shit for real. Like, you know your shit. You know, you're not playing here. You could do that in anything, bro. You go to the auto parts store and the guy knows every fucking piece of your car and what the fuck you need. You're blown away. It's just auto parts, but it's something bigger than just auto parts. If you get my meaning?
Yeah, even
So it's about your character and ethic. What the fuck do you stand for in this life? And you can feel it coming off a motherfucker. That guy who's got his hair right, he's got himself together, he's looking you in the eye, he shakes your hand, he knows every fucking piece of what's going on. That's the motherfucker you're going to put your life in trust with at some level. That's the guy who's going to be successful, because you don't know shit about whatever you're going in there for, and he makes his money off looking you in your eye and you buying what he's selling in the sense of his spirit, his character, his ethic. Someone like that will always be successful in anything that they do, because people feel it coming from inside of them, off of them, right? That's the only way you get that. You can't buy your way into that. You can't sell your way into that. You got to work your way into that. Character and ethic. That's why you know everything on the menu, because when you're Brian O'Shea, who's comedy at night, waitering during the day, fucking bitches 24/7, 365, like what's his name on Godfather, Fredo, 2 at a time under the table. Somebody get Brian O'Shea. He's fucking waitresses 2 at a time under the table, right? You're moving, you're shaking, you're on the ball, bro. You're in your groove. Nobody could tell you nothing. What are the specials of the day? I got 5 of them and an extra because I just dropped something on the floor out back. You know what I'm saying? Like, I might even hit a table and say some shit like that, fuck with them, just to try to liven up my day. I got 5 specials and a 6th one because I just dropped number 5 on the floor. You know, some hacky shit, whatever. But you're in your mode, you're in your groove. There's nothing they could tell you. Everything they ask for, you got it, and then some. You don't think you're going to look at yourself differently? You don't think they're going to look at you differently? If you see the deeper meaning behind it, it ain't just about learning their shit and making money. It's about being good as a person and good at what the fuck you do and having people look at you that way and admire you in a sense.
Yeah, because it's reminding me like it's how you do one thing is how you do all things. So, and it reflects even these moving jobs I do. I can show up.
Look at Wizard right now. He's completely neglecting this panel. He looks like Fabio. He's got his mouth open, forehead in the camera. He's completely unconcerned and disconnected from the conversation. The furthest thing from a consummate professional. He's what you don't want to be. Stay away from him. Okay? Look at his laundry basket behind him that he's obscuring with that short bus, right? He doesn't want you to see it, but the man is lacking in will and discipline in certain ways. I mean, he was smoking Marlboro Reds with cancer, doing cancer treatments. I mean, do I really need to? He needs help, okay? I love him, but he needs help. I look at him as like one of my uncles. You know, he reminds me of one of my crazy, violent, senilic uncles. You could never tell him nothing. This guy, he would start a fight with anyone, anywhere, right? Like, he go to a place, to go to a stadium, they go, hey, bro, we're just going to metal detect you. He goes, no, you ain't. No, we are. No, you ain't. What the fuck are you going to do if I try to stop you? And now it's a problem, right? Everywhere he goes, he's going to get into a fight with somebody because they're going to try to do policy and proceed. I used to respect him for it. Everyone else, oh, he's violent, he's this, he's that. Nah, he doesn't want you putting your hands on him and taking his rights and turning him into a bitch. I respect that. Now, hitting people with bottles and pepper spraying people and all this other shit, not necessarily what needs to happen. Wizard having his own flashbacks. He's now giving the guy at the stadium the finger from 1972. Yeah, there's a way, is what I'm saying. There's a way to go about this. I want to believe.
I just saw that son of a bitch at the grocery store the other day. He's old.
I hit him with a Snapple bottle. Best stuff on earth. He didn't see that coming. I palmed it.
Those bottles are hard.
Is he still alive?
My insane, violent uncle? Yeah, but he's not doing too well, is what I'm told. He's lost a lot of weight, pretty much memories going. He's been a tortured soul most of his life. You know, he feels unlovable, feels unable to connect to human beings, struggles with a lot of insecurity, fear, self-doubt, and he sees the majority of people as a threat. You know, if not everybody, everyone's pretty much a threat who's going to do him harm. I mean, I can relate in some aspect, but he's pretty much an extreme example of that, you know? So there's kind of a healthy line of paranoia, and then there's just paranoid, you know, or a healthy line of being careful and cautious, and then just seeing everyone and everything as a threat and a potential reducer of your identity.
Would he come on the show?
Probably not. He's not. Yeah, no, he's not gonna do all that.
You could talk him into it.
Yeah, I don't think that I would. I'm not sure there's much to get out of that, and it'd probably be fairly depressing for myself.
We'll just have to hear his stories. I want to hear more stories about this guy. Crazy incidences and shit.
Yeah, well,
It's
that's
like
the
a
thing.
joke
I mean,
movie.
a lot of the stuff he's never probably going to talk about. Whatever. I mean, the stuff I've heard about is stuff that's defensive in a sense, but there's other stuff I'm sure that's happened that rides the line, and he's probably not going to talk about it, presuming he even remembers it. Because again, he has memory issues, and a lot of that's probably from fucked up situations. In a way, it's probably to protect him from himself. I think that's what a lot of these things are. It's partially biological, chemical, and partially like a survival mechanism. When folks are suffering and tortured, they just kind of compartmentalize. So yeah, I mean, there's various stories of him and my father being younger, my father being 7 years old, him being 12 years old, being up on a roof somewhere in New York. You know, they fuck around on the rooftops, and black folks apparently was a big issue at the time. You know, they grew up with a lot of racial tension. Apparently, where they were, white folks were sort of bullied or preyed upon, and he wasn't having it. So, there's at least a handful of stories of someone coming up to him and saying, what are you all doing? And we're going to take something from you. And him going, no, you ain't, pushing somebody off a roof, and them leaving, going, we didn't look down to see what happened. So, there's a level of going, this motherfucker doesn't play. And then there's a level of, what the fuck are you doing coming up on a roof to tell two kids what they're going to do and not do and try to take something from them? Guess you learned today. It's just kind of how that goes. So if you don't want to get pushed off a roof, don't go up there trying to throw your weight around fucking with people who don't play. You should have checked the record, I guess. A few other people jumped my uncle. They have pictures of it. He was beaten. He beat because he'd get angry. People would try to fuck with him and be violent or push the limits. And then he would black out, go into a mode, to the point where I'm told he beat people almost to death at times, to the point where people have to hit him with shit to get him off them. So I don't like that mode. I think everybody has that mode. You can be pushed into it at some point. I don't like going in that mode. And I guess it's necessary in a way, you could argue, to keep people from doing wrong. But yeah, there's certain people who are a little too comfortable going in that mode. Seems it's kind of their element.
They become bouncers if they enjoy going into that mode.
Well, no, my uncle used to get into fights with the bouncers. See, that's my point. There's ways to direct that. But again, that's cowardly, you could argue. Folks who want to get together in groups and get in that element and do it with 5 other guys who are humongous is cowardly. Right? You could argue that. If you're gonna do, I'm a man and I'm gonna do whatever I want, well, you can't put a costume on and get with groups, because, like I said, I see it as more honorable going to those places and telling them people you're not going to abuse me, and then fighting all 5 of them, and then wishing they never would have got involved, because they all thought, everyone always thinks, oh, I'm going to do this and do that, and it always goes this way. Well, sometimes it doesn't. There's certain people who don't give a fuck, and they're going to fight to kill if you put them in that position. This is what I tell these people online. You want to talk about getting in the ring and doing whatever? That's not my mode. I don't even like the other mode, but the other mode is like what you do with violence and putting your hands on people. You end it as quick as possible. If that means somebody's going to get killed, well, don't put your fucking hands on people. Don't overstep your bounds with people. Don't dictate to people what you're going to do to them and with them and not. And you won't have those problems. So again, there's a fine line. If everyone was like my uncle and didn't allow people to play games, we wouldn't be enslaved. But the other side of it is there's probably handfuls of incidents where he overreacted and went over the line because he's a little too comfortable getting in that mode of teaching people lessons.
Yeah. And the drinking too with the Irish thing. I'm just relating. I had a fucking.
He's Italian. He wasn't Irish. The other uncle's the same way in his own way, but that's the Irish one. Both uncles on both sides are fairly combative. They got into it one day at court because them two met and neither of them wanted to back down, and they were out in front of the court in each other's face. And, you know, my fat uncle, the Irish one, he's got a fair bit of play, but my Italian uncle is crazy. And he doesn't care, and he carries weapons. So, you know, and he hits first. I could see, I remember I was 12 years old. They're out front of the court in each other's face, all over my mother and father, the family divorce bullshit. And the cop is right there. And I'm watching my uncle because I know how my uncle is. The closer that my fat Irish uncle was getting to him and running his mouth more, the more he was getting ready to hit him first. And once he hits you first, he's going to hit you 2-3 more times. And most people are not going to be able to come back from that, you know? So he's going to hit you first when you get into a certain position. He's going to follow it up. He's pretty well trained. At one point, he did martial arts, you know, and he's going to devastate you and hop on top of you. And if you get on top of him, like my fat uncle, I knew what he was up to. He wanted to close the distance so he could use his weight and size, because I know his mode. He likes to charge like a rhinoceros and put you on the ground and get on top of you. My uncle's got weapons, and he's too smart for that. He's going to hit you, follow up, or hit you and move back. And if you try to get on top of him, he's going to stab you. So I don't know, you know, again, nobody's really kind of conscious of all this shit in the moment, and they're playing games with ego, but it ends with somebody dying. Because like I said, my uncle's not going to let you strike first. He's going to hit you first. And if you get a hold of him and you get the advantage over him, he's going to use a weapon on you. And you could be on top of someone all you want, doing whatever. If they're stabbing you over and over in the side or in the stomach, it's going to be a problem at some point. You know, my uncle's been stabbed before, didn't even know it. Got home and realized, oh, they stabbed me. You know, he just doesn't give a fuck. Enough of that, Brian O'Shea. I don't want to reveal all my familial history of mental and emotional illness. It's probably not good for the coming court case that may or may not present itself.
Nah, man, I appreciate the story. Fucking the overreaction, dude. Fucking Wes Watson was talking about regrets and shit. Let that be your fucking guide. Like what you don't want to do. Like don't have the regrets like hold you back. Just be like, okay, now you know you have some sort of conscience, whatever. You just don't ever do it again, or don't do that shit, whatever. You know what I mean? Because you just reminded me of this one time I overreact. Like I was drunk and I fucking overreact. You know, people, whatever. I can relate to your uncle a little bit. You know?
But you should do what the Russian mob boss, the advice, man. You know, go 5 years into your future when you'll be 85 and see, should I have invested more into my life, into my life's purpose?
You saying I'm 80 right now?
Just fucking with you.
That was a joke.
Nah, man, you gotta go with the future. Be like, yo, will I be happy with the investment that I did into my favorite thing? Like my favorite fucking thing, the thing that I call myself comedian. Did I do enough?
You also do the thing where you pretend that you're like these other people, and I'm not. And I don't know why you try to bond with me, because my uncle's homicidal, and I don't think you are. So, there's no bonding to be done. My uncle's all too ready to kill or die for regular arguments and incidents, and you seem like a very loving, caring man. So much so you don't like controversy and conflict. So let's be real with ourselves and each other. That was one of your strengths, remember? You don't like conflict and controversy. Maybe that was one of your weaknesses, so you thought. Again, could be a strength, could be a weakness.
When I go red, like it's only happened, I don't know, a few times, like when
Does it only happen with people that you know that you could get over on? Like you don't ever go red with 5 African Americans around you who are twice your size, do you? You go blue, I would suspect.
I guess you have a good point. But there was
one
time
you only go red with folks who you know you can get over on. When the time comes for you really have to be put on the line, you don't go red, you go code blue. Like Mountain Dew. Maybe it was code red. Maybe they have both. I don't know. Who cares?
Yeah, there's
Yeah, it's called you're a punk ass coward. So stop going around here bonding over violence and the will to do it, because you obviously don't have that, and you may need that in certain instances, in which case stop bonding from a false presentment and just cultivate the will to go past your fear and be willfully active, right? Don't try to bond with me over the fake Brian O'Shea that was on the street one day, that we know how that turned out, because that ain't us. We ain't no murderers and we ain't no gangsters. It's not who and what we are at the core level of our heart, right?
Yeah.
I might be willing and able to kill at some point if I need to, absolutely. But the core of my beingness would rather avoid it for multiple reasons.
for sure. Well, fuck, man. I'm gonna fucking drop down, dude. I can't. I'm not gonna. I gotta look for fucking waiter jobs, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up anyway.
So, thank you for the
Thank
time,
you,
man.
Mr. O'Shea, for putting your whole life on display and going past your fear, not being a punk ass bitch like all the rest of these fake motherfuckers online. And I see promising future for you if you can activate yourself and stay activated and stay willful and disciplined toward a principle and purpose.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thanks for everyone putting up with me. Yeah.
Get the hell out of here and take over the world.
All right, I will.
All right. He's not going to get that waiter job. Probably on fucking drugs right now. He can't pass the piss test. Who are we kidding? I was trying to make him feel better. Hopefully he's gone and doesn't hear this. Your thoughts?
Good luck. I believe in Brian O'Shea.
I'm kidding, O'Shea. Don't immediately recede into yourself and go, Daddy doesn't believe in me, so I'm going to not go do something different. I mean, you're on drugs, but obviously they don't piss test waiters or you'd have nobody bringing your food. I mean, let's be real. They're all on drugs. Okay. Give me some final words. I'm over my 4-hour limit. I did 20 minutes extra, and I'm way underpaid. Okay, Julian? Just be honest, this audience. Okay? I do a lot here. Give away, as you pointed out, all my time, energy, attention to this broadcast and these people. Majority of them very unthankful and ungrateful. Well, some of them aren't. Rochelle Schoenig, Pedro Castillo, you, of course. I have to thank you now that I remember from yesterday. Thank you for being here to remind me to thank you for your contribution yesterday. So there's a list of folks who love me implicitly. They're thankful and grateful. But the rest of these heathens can go over and sit with Jack Talcott and rot, as far as I'm concerned.
It's not happening with Jack Talcott. Last I saw, you guys were just like, "Oh, great," and I don't know.
No. He abused me again, threw me out of the platform I helped build for him, and then went to acting like it never happened, and everyone sat around him and acted like it never happened. So it's just the same nonsense over and over again. They can't, and I was very cordial and civilized and polite as well. So it didn't matter, oddly enough, how I conducted myself. There's a narrative that has to be put forth, it seems.
Well, I'll do my last words. I'll let the audience in on a little secret about the Talcott.
You're gay?
Stream. No, sir. No.
Okay. I like guessing. You know me. It's like I love guessing.
Come on, man.
Go ahead.
That the Jack Talcott podcast or stream broadcast, whatever word he wants to use, it's actually a little bit of problem reaction solution. And, basically it's the Society of Protection Looping Slaves, just a giant, advertising campaign for the Society for the Protection of Looping Slaves.
Right.
So, that being said, if you must tune in to watch some looping slaves, don't forget to, send 60 cents a day and sponsor one of them. Like, it's the least you can do.
Because all of them are like, it's interesting. They're all getting broker and broker as the days go on. None of them have a career and none of them are working toward a career. They have no viable products or ability to conduct service for the community. And yet they're online all day, every day. So immediately send the 60 cents a day to get these folks food, clothing, housing, because it's going to get bad for them soon. Till we have like universal basic income and social credit where all they get to do is just take treatments and follow code and they get paid. It's going to get bad in between. But it'll get better when that time comes for these folks. So support them in the meantime. Thank you, Timmy. It's very loving of you. Okay.
Much love, bro.
Much love, Timmy.
Thanks for having me, man. Always a good time. I get a lot of
I
value
love
from you
you,
guys.
brother.
I love you, brothers. I get a lot of value here, and I appreciate it because it's been showing in my life. And Brian O'Shea, if you're listening, like, it's okay to take time from YouTube occasionally, unless this is where you're trying to like make it happen. But if you're trying to be like more boots on the ground in actual comedy clubs or something, start there. And I don't know, you got this. Thanks, everybody. Have a good one. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Julian. Yeah, it's just a healthy, generalized care about yourself and your life, and taking your life seriously without taking yourself too seriously, if that makes sense. Healthy balance. Let go lightly, hold on tightly. You know, Jack will give you everything you need. I got to thank Mimi for her gift. Great broadcast. Lots of love and blessings. Thank you, Mimi. That was her quote there. So much appreciated. I have to go service Mimi up in Canada one of these days. Show my appreciation. It's only right, Wizard. I'm sure you understand.
Absolutely. I'll even let you use my bus to get there.
Thank God.
I updated it. I upgraded, you see?
Right.
Yeah, I got my new laptop. Thanks for all my supporters. Appreciate it. I can finally get back to downloading all my stuff from over a year and a half ago when my last computer, all the data banks went fried. So
All right, Wizard, that's like your fourth or fifth laptop. We swear to God this time, if you download the porn again and you burn it out, we're not coming with any more contributions, okay? You go to the fucking pickup cans, go to Goodwill, whatever you got to do. We know why them damn laptops are burning out. You're not fooling anybody. So,
well, it's all those 10. It's those 10 profiles. You should have seen Flow State on Jack's last night trying to block me on 10 profiles. I got all 10 of his profiles. Come back with another one. No, you didn't. Oh,
you guys are something else.
Now
I don't need that kind of drama. You block me, I just go out my day, or I wait. I'll just wait, hang out, do something else, come back, fuck with you, or I just go out my day. I can't do 10 accounts.
Well,
too much.
Well, he finally got tired and quit. So anyway, folks, I appreciate all your support. Paul, God bless you. If it weren't for my connection with you, I don't know where I'd be right now. You've been a big help in my life, and I think everybody needs that. The awareness of what your conscience level is, and the ability to know that you can supersede what you're doing right now. It's a matter of getting better and better every day. I don't know why people consistently think that things are getting worse when you're the ones that aren't doing anything. It's all you got to do is get off your ass and start doing the shit. You will raise your consciousness by your experience. As long as you keep believing everybody else's experience is qualifying yourself, you're never going to go anywhere. You're going to be sitting in the same classifications as Artys fiction or corporate fiction. No common sense. No common sense at all. It's pathetic.
And the best part about the simulation is they're all the same people who constantly are smirking and smug and snide and try to make jokes and laugh at everyone else because they're dumb, right? It's always the part I love. Everyone else is dumb but them, and turns out they're the dummy. The rest of us are just aware of a reality that you're apparently not. So it would make sense why there's so much confusion. All right, get the hell out of here, Wizard Creature. I'm throwing you out. I got to eat something.
God bless. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Keith, a.k.a. John Wilson, as we found out. The man's got many alter egos. Another one of the books, folks. Another day at the office complete. We clocked in, we clocked out. We do what we do. You get value or you don't. For those who get value and give value back, we appreciate the contributions and support. By we, I mean me. I'm doing the royal we. It's King Unslavius, of course. The kingdom appreciates your generous contributions and gifts. I will immediately stock them in the coffers and use them towards inevitable wars that we shall fight for truth and justice in the American way. So, with that said, Stay co-creative, stay inspired, stay empowered, stay discerning. And if you're not those things already, you better get those things. If not, you're going to be in for trouble. I know I was. All right, folks, I will release you now. Go on, fly, fly. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. Daddy loves you. This man subbed and he thinks he likes this place. Well, there you go. Because numbers are up, people. I reposted the original video, The Right to Travel, that was on the original Shadow Band channel, because I knew it would generate more numbers and more interest and more conversation. And boy, is it working out great. So we look forward to seeing more people over here with a passion for truth, core principles, value systems, ethics, logic, moral, psychology, and maybe a little bit of comedy or entertainment. Maybe a little bit of asylum treatment from time to time. Folks are into that too. You know, we've seen that a lot here. All right. I could talk so much and say so little. What can I say that hasn't already been said? I complain, but nobody'd listen. So let me get the hell out of here. Official Talcottian sign off. Once again, because we don't break tradition. Demo Crazy relies heavily on tradition. Thank you, brothers and sisters, and do the subscribe thing, and much love.